From the hot air balloon capital of the world, this is live coverage of the 50th anniversary edition of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by ExxonMobil. It's Balloon Fiesta Live. And now, direct from the rooftop studio at Balloon Fiesta Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico, here are your hosts, Glen Moyer and Lloyd Jr.
And good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday morning, so that makes it Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Day 4 of the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, high atop the rooftop studio. Good morning and welcome to the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by, almost said sponsored by, powered by ExxonMobil. You're watching Balloon Fiesta Live. I'm Glen Moyer, along with my cohort, my partner in crime, my good friend, our executive producer, Lloyd Jr. Good morning, Art.
Just blame all that stuff on me.
Absolutely, it's all your fault.
Hey, you know, this may be day 4, but we really started counting it day 0.
That's true because of the reenactment at Coronado Center this year. So
we actually have an extra day and an extra session in all of the activities here at Balloon Fiesta Park. And actually, if you take a kind of look at the lower side of the screen picture there, you see the pavement there. It's a little wet.
Yeah. I wasn't going to go there, but yeah.
Yeah.
I could have said, as I was listing all those things about you, I could have said the reason I'm sitting in the rain is because of you. But I was trying to let you off easy.
Well, like somebody asked me this morning, so if it's raining, are you still going to do Balloon Fiesta Live?
Yes.
And my answer was yes, because it may not be raining where everyone else is. I already saw the Netherlands check in.
Well,
I don't know that it's raining over there, and if whether it is or not, they don't know what's happening here.
Well, that's exactly true, because I noticed yesterday on the feed when we were sitting here waiting to hopefully do some static display, there were people over in the UK saying, we've been out flying and now we're back in and we're watching, Balloon Fiesta Live to see what's happening there. So they flew in the UK yesterday, even though we didn't fly here.
We're jealous.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah.
So
but it's wet here. It is wet.
It
rained overnight pretty heavily at my hotel.
You know, it did at my house too. I forgot to check the exact accumulation numbers there, but there were two kind of cells that came through. There's another one that's kind of here. I see a few more off in the radar as well. Pilots briefing just getting underway. They are going through their kind of preliminary housekeeping, daily types of things. As we heard yesterday, we have brought back a number of the previous Balloonmeisters.
Right.
Those are the folks that basically run the show, the flight operations, those types of things during the week here. Of course, in cooperation with Balloon Fiesta officials and safety officials and weather folks and all that other stuff. But they've been bringing previous Balloonmeisters back, giving them an honorary Balloonmeister pin, giving them the opportunity to say a few things. Each one of them puts a little personal touch on balloon pilot briefings.
They've shared some memories from the years when they were the Balloonmeisters and they were the people in charge,
So they've been kind of reliving those. I mean, like yesterday, George Hahn was talking about we didn't have a briefing tower. We had a scissor lift. And, I remember being down there as a pilot, and as he would start to go up, the pilots would chant, higher, 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 and things like that.
And we talked, too, about, I was here in the years initially just as a field announcer with my friend Tom Rutherford.
Yeah.
We didn't have a rooftop studio. We didn't have a backdrop and TV cameras and all this other stuff. We had a microphone and a chair, and we were on a scaffold.
And you were lucky to have the chair.
And we were lucky to have the chair. You're right. As a matter of fact, one year I went to my friend Ken Lair. I don't know if Ken's watching out in California. He ran an auto parts sales business, and he had I got from him a couple of those counter stools that you'll find. And I donated them to Fiesta. They ought to be around in a warehouse here somewhere. I don't know whatever happened to them.
I'm going to have to go
because
look.
The chairs we had were not high enough to get us up above the countertop we were working with. So I said, I'll get us a couple of these stools. So they should be sitting around in the Fiesta warehouse somewhere, I guess.
We have a few, and we have lots of stuff
that or someone's taken them home over the years and they're using them at their bar. I don't know. I don't care. It just.
I need a collapsible one of those for my other gigs. We've got a nice arrangement here at Balloon Fiesta now, but some of the other gigs that I do, I would love to have one that I could travel with. So if anybody knows how to where there's a collapsible bar stool counter-type stool. I'd like to know where to find one of those.
I have a little collapsible stool I bought off of Amazon, but it's not bar stool height.
Right, that's the issue.
That's the thing, is get one that's tall enough.
That's height.
Yeah, like director chair height, like what we have here, yeah.
Yeah. So back to what's going on. The pilot briefing again underway, and the pilots are hearing from yet another of the honorary Balloonmeisters. And once they get through some of that housekeeping stuff, they will get their weather briefing. And when they do, we have our mobile camera out there, and so we will check in and bring you the weather just as the pilots are hearing it. We can tell you that things are wet here. It did rain overnight. It is... it's actually stopped sprinkling at the moment, but it was just as we came on the air still sprinkling.
As I drove in, it was not raining when I left my hotel, but a few blocks away when I was headed south on Paseo, then it did start, I did see some sprinkles, and that continued until I arrived here and parked, and just before we came on air. But now it has stopped, at least where we are.
Right.
And that's been the nature of the showers throughout the last couple of days. We've seen showers out to the west of us in the evenings that have been impacted the weather enough to force us to cancel the balloon glows, but we haven't actually had rain here at the field.
Never got the rain.
And so the rain has been rather spotty around town.
The weather operates by zip code is the big joke here in Albuquerque. And literally, I kind of live over on the west side, and there's a little pocket nestled in along the escarpment, the lava rock, because there are volcanoes on the west side of town. And we can drive right up to literally about 300 yards. There's a major road, and the rain will stop at that road, and we will be bone dry, yet it's raining 300 yards away.
Well, and Albuquerque is one of those cities where your address includes like a northeast or a northwest or a south. And so I would imagine a quadrant, okay. And so I can imagine that, it rained in the northeast quadrant, but over in the southwest, we're dry.
That's right.
So who knows?
Get that a lot. And the foothills of the mountains, the Sandias, they'll get the rain. The other part of that, too, is the elevation. So because this is a big river valley, down at the river, the level's right about 4,900 feet above sea level. But as you start climbing up the mountain, we have people living at 6,000, almost 7,000 feet. So we got 2,000 to 3,000 feet of elevation change just where the houses are. And then, of course, the mountain goes up to 10,000 plus. So, it's that, which also has an impact on that. That unique geography of the mountain with the river valley and everything is what allows or helps create the Albuquerque box conditions on many, many days. The winds are coming down. They're cooling off, the cool winds moving down that slope. That kind of creates this drainage wind that has to be replaced by something, so winds at altitude go back the other direction. And in a nutshell, that's the Albuquerque box.
Or the Albuquerque nutshell.
Some days, it's not a square box.
No, it's
not. It rolls all around, and so, it could definitely be a nutshell.
Yeah, it's I liken it some days to a Ferris wheel because it's more of it depends on how accurate you are in your flight planning and piloting, but instead of flying in a square angle, you actually just kind of go roll around, and so it's more almost like riding a Ferris wheel in the sky.
And you've been here many years, I know, where it's not even just north and south. You get an east and west mixed in there.
That's right.
And now it kind of turns into a kaleidoscope of colors in the sky with balloons going every direction.
Yeah, we can look up from our rooftop and see balloons going east, west, north, south, and all points of the compass in between sometimes. And just at slightly different altitudes. It's not like there's a great deal of separation. Sometimes they're very near to each other in altitude and still moving in opposite directions. It's a really unique geography that gives, and that's one of the reasons why Albuquerque has become Albuquerque.
The hot air balloon capital of the world.
Because of the unique flying terrain that we have and enjoy here.
That's right.
It draws pilots here.
Yeah, and you can find those box conditions in other places. It just got coined as the Albuquerque box here. So It's kind of hard to say in Colorado Springs that the Albuquerque box is there.
Yeah, it's. I think it's fair to say it's more prevalent here than probably anywhere else I've ever been in the world. We would occasionally, when I lived in Sacramento, California, we would occasionally find a box out in one of our flying areas. I can remember when I had my first balloon, the Yellow Rose, and flying a box and literally landing right back where I had taken off from. But that's rare, and yet it's more prevalent. It's not really rare. It's almost routine here in Albuquerque.
Yep, we kind of count on it a lot and are disappointed when it's not there.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
It's Coca-Cola Day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, and we want to thank Coca-Cola for sponsoring and being our official soft drink and bringing out some new products out here for folks to be able to try.
I saw when, I know your wife Bobby's not feeling well, but when she was here on set with us first part of the week, she had a new flavor.
There's a couple new flavors out here.
Coca-Cola that had been brought out,
So I know that they have them at different places around the field here, so look for those and check out the new flavors that Coca-Cola is presenting these days.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of cherry Coke myself. I mean, that's just vanilla Coke too.
Not so much on the vanilla, but I'm with you on the cherry.
I like vanilla Coke when it's a fountain drink, because the vanilla, I think, the canned vanilla Coke to me isn't quite as good.
Mm-hmm.
I love the cherry Coke. I've had cherry Coke since I was a kid. There was a drugstore across from our high school.
Oh yeah.
And you could go in after school and get a great cherry Coke.
I had to give up the regular side, so I'm really loving moving over to the Coke Zero side of things.
Well, I've done the same thing.
And they make cherry Coke Zero.
They do
too.
Yes,
and
they do.
That is really great.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan actually now, because I've found as I've gotten older that if I get a 12-ounce can, I'll drink about 8 ounces of it, and the rest kind of goes to waste. So I'm buying the little mini cans.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. In fact, I bought 2 10-packs of them at Walgreens yesterday. They're in my refrigerator at the hotel.
And I'm on the other end. I buy the
2
44,
liters,
I typically I'll get the fountain drinks as I'm driving around.
Okay.
So whether I pull into a filling station, or a Sonic or something along those lines, and I get the 44-ouncer, and I go through a few of those a day.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I'll put 2 12-ouncers in that puppy when I'm at home.
Yeah. No, I like the smaller cans because that quenches my thirst, and yet I don't waste a lot that way.
That was a pretty cool shot we just had there.
It was.
Yeah, with us.
That was, what do they call that? A picture-in-picture shot?
So with the TV monitor, the
balloon glowing and us over in the corner.
That's Michael Scott. He's part of the Dawn Patrol team.
Michael's out of Oklahoma City.
And he has asked for, there it is. That's the big video wall that you can see us as well. Michael has asked for permission to stand his balloon up and do a little bit of a balloon show, something for us this morning so we can see things.
Well, and someone else is going to join him because there's another balloon inflating just beside him.
That looks like that might be Gestrone Wines, which would be Matthew Grote.
Yeah, probably another member of the Dawn Patrol team.
Yeah, if that's Matthew, and we'll be able to tell more when he stands up. He's now the new leader of the Dawn Patrol. And, of course, they do a show on the Mass Ascension morning. So Saturday, Sunday, and of course,
tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, right.
Yeah. Yep. So as we kind of move forward this morning, it is a great morning to go shopping. And I have to tell you, I was over in the official merchandise tent this morning, and merchandise selection is getting just a little slim. So if you were looking for, specifically if you're looking for certain sizes of articles of clothing, so you'll want to be sure and run over to the merchandise tent today. Be a great morning to do that. Crowds start coming back in tomorrow with the next Mass Ascension. Of course, Thursday and Friday with our special shapes days.
Things get really busy again.
Yeah, school's out, kids families,
days,
all that stuff is back here. So, a great morning to go shopping. And, of course, don't forget all the rest of our vendors down the line as well, with breakfast burritos and Krispy Kreme donuts and Dunkin' coffee and just all kinds of almost whatever you'd like to have for breakfast. There's Tom Thumb donuts down there as well. Just about anything you would like for breakfast, it's available down there on Main Street.
Yeah, my cousins, Patty and Steve from Dallas, were in town, still are. And they came out. I missed them yesterday. They were here on Sunday morning, but they came out yesterday. principally because Patty wanted to do some shopping.
Oh,
and so
yeah,
I had told her, I
perfect.
said, well, Monday will be a great day to do that because there will be smaller crowds and it'll be easier to get up and down Main Street. She's got a bad knee like I have 2 bad knees. So they were out yesterday, and she took care of all of her shopping then, and then came up and enjoyed the rest of the morning at Sponsor Hospitality. And so, on the weekdays is when we're not quite as crowded, at least the early weekdays when before we get into the shapes and the Flight of the Nations and stuff. So today would be a good day to be going up and down Main Street if merchandise and a little shopping is on your mind.
So there is
another
so
picture.
Yeah,
in
picture
shot
here.
forward.
That's a shot from
That's the
from
pilot briefing. Right.
So I'm trying to see if I can identify who that might be. It almost looks like J.D. Huss, but I can't be sure for sure. He would be one of the safety folks. The other thing, speaking of Main Street, et cetera, in addition to all the food that you can pick up down there, lots of other merchandise, balloon related, some not balloon related, all kinds of different items for you to pick up there. And this would be a good time to remind folks that with special shapes coming up on Thursday and Friday, Plano Pins has, in cooperation with Balloon Fiesta, made 107 different special shaped pins for this 50th anniversary. So all those special shape folks that are going to be here, we have 120 special shapes registered. 107 of them now have a pin available only exclusively at Plano Pins. And you can buy the entire set. You can pick and choose, 1 here, 2 there, etc. Or they actually have put together a set of just the new special shapes that are here.
Those that are here for the first time.
For the first time or haven't been here for a while at all.
Okay.
And those designs actually also have the 50 worked into the design somewhere. So those are going to be very special.
Just like our announcer
Just
pins
like
do.
all the different ones.
There was a shot just a moment ago looking at Main Street, which is not too busy yet this morning. So as we said, a great time to be doing some shopping. And so is that Matthew bringing up his balloon there?
I keep seeing crew.
Well, the balloon envelope itself is standing up. If you look out there beyond the monitor, he's right there beside Michael Scott.
I don't think that is.
We'll find out. We'll get an ID on him in just a second. But
I think that. Well, let me.
Yeah, I started. Speaking of Diane and Plano Pen, I started working with Diane. Well, originally we met back in the early 1980s. I was vice chairman of the then fledgling Plano Balloon Festival. Diane was in charge of a League of Women Voters Arts and Crafts Fair that we both used the same city park, but the events took place on different dates. And we got together and said, you know what, it might make a lot of sense to put the 2 events together so that, after the balloons flew in the morning, then there would be the day-long Arts and Crafts Fair to go to. And then people doing that during the day could then hang around for the afternoon ascension. And it became a huge success and really built what today is now the Plano Balloon Festival that is massively successful there in North Texas. So Diane and I go way back. She made my very original balloon pin and made my announcer pins for years and years and years before they were adopted, I should say, into the officialdom of official Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta announcer pins. There were many years. Yeah, before they were blessed and became official, they were unofficial. Tom Rutherford and I had a number of, started out as my own pin. Then when I teamed with Tommy here, eventually I added Tommy's name to the pin, and we had several. And then eventually Fiesta was kind enough to roll our pins into the official category, and they became an official announcer pin.
There you go. That is actually Mike Heffron in the other balloon.
Oh, okay.
It's a spiral as he lights up.
Yep.
There you see the yellow and purple and green spiral. So on our picture, he's on the left, and then the zigzag pattern to the right would be Michael Scott.
Right.
So Michael, as you said, from Oklahoma, Mike Heffron from here in Albuquerque.
Yeah, our Dawn Patrol team, when they fly as the Dawn Patrol show, presented by Route 66 Casino and Hotel, are actually pilots from all over.
Yep.
They're not just local pilots, a number of pilots, and sometimes folks like Doug Gant join in with their special shapes.
Doug Gant, who flies Hamlet when pigs fly, had offered to fly our balloon camera this morning, and he was scheduled to fly competition because that is on the schedule today. We have not heard any official delays or any of those types of things yet. As we have seen and as we've told you, pilots briefing going on now. They should be getting to weather shortly.
Right.
And then after the weather is presented, they will let us know what is going on.
Give us an idea what the plan is.
Yeah, in fact, the guy on the right-hand side of that picture-in-picture,
that's Brad T.
That's Brad T. Meyer. He is the weather guy. That's Peg Bilson on the left. She is one of the two assistant balloonmeisters,
right?
Who is obviously doing part of the briefing this morning. But with Brad standing there, I think we're getting ready to move on. And there's Henry Rosenbaum,
who is the balloonmeister.
Right. So I think we're getting pretty close to go to our weather, and once we do, we'll be able to pick up the audio as well and find out firsthand what's happening. We just had like 12 more drops fall, and then it stopped again.
Then it stopped again. So really spotty. And Brad, of course, was talking to a member of his team yesterday, and they start at like 2:30 in the morning. I was talking about our 03 o'clock, 03
exactly,
dark 30 wake up call, and he said we're already up and at work at 2:30, and I'm going, oh my gosh.
We talked about Mike Heffron sending up his balloon out there. That lighted up trailer, that's his chase trailer.
Oh, okay.
That we were seeing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
got some of those light strip lights on it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there you can see a wide shot of
balloon.
it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And the lights all around it. So
well, balloonists are nothing if not creative.
That's it.
So I think we've got weather at the pilot briefing. Why don't we jump over there and let's find out what's going to happen today.
Sunport, temperature of 56 degrees, dew point 53, relative humidity 94%. That's that saturated air that JD was talking about. They were reporting light rain at the top of the hour, and the barometric pressure was on the rise at 30.22 inches of mercury with a QNH of 1,017 for our international friends. Visibility was 8 miles, and they were reporting an overcast ceiling at 7,000 feet. Double Eagle, temperature was 52 degrees. The dew point was also 52, so the relative humidity is 100% there. Barometric pressure is falling at 30.23 inches of mercury. They're reporting 10 miles visibility, calm winds, and an overcast ceiling at 10,000 feet. So what we've got going on is we have that extratropical cyclone across the eastern seaboard that has worked its way off to the east and is allowing our system here to start to break down and work its way off to the east as well. However, we do have a low-pressure system across central Arizona this morning, and that's going to produce more showers and thunderstorms across the area here today. For this morning, so I'll just show you on satellite, you can see this counterclockwise circulation across central Arizona. That's indicative of the low-pressure system there itself, and you can see a fair amount of cloud cover extending, especially eastward from that low-pressure center, where we're expecting that shower and thunderstorm activity later on today. For this morning, you can see that downward trend in the precipitation. So when you were driving out here this morning, you probably saw and encountered a fair amount of light rain across the area. Here at Balloon Fiesta Park itself, we did pick up 0.4 of an inch of rain overnight. That was as of about 4 o'clock. We've probably added a couple hundred since then. So we're probably pushing right around just under a half an inch of rain here at Balloon Fiesta Park itself. But the downward trend is expected to continue through the morning hours, and we'll probably actually see a break in the rain activity, say by 8, 9 o'clock across the area, and really not see much developing till after, let's say, 2 o'clock. And then once we see 2 o'clock again, looking at the possibility of renewed thunderstorms across the area, lightning and gusty winds being the main threats with those storms. So the good news is that the winds are really light. And so it looks very favorable as long as we can get rid of these showers across the area. With that said, some of the ceilings earlier this morning, Double Eagle reported as low as 600 feet about 3 o'clock this morning. But since then, there's been a steady improvement. You can even start to see some clearing off to the north up there. So given that that's the case, we're fairly optimistic that things are going to work out for us this morning and we're going to be able to fly. Winds in the near surface layer are probably going to be relatively light and somewhat variable, but once you get above 2,500 to 3,000 feet, that's going to be the top part of your box. So we're going to have a quasi box is what we'll call it this morning. So light and variable winds in the near surface layer, and then some sort of southerly or southwesterly aloft. We did run a couple pieballs and also drone weather this morning. So let's see here. Here's what the drone weather looked like, and we can only run this through 400 feet. But what we were seeing is everything was under 5 miles per hour in the lowest 400 feet, and you can see that the favored direction in that at that particular time, which was about an hour ago, was out of the north. So in that near surface layer, really light winds out of the north. And if you look at the pieball information, if it will go to the next, there we go. So you can see that in general, the pieball information shows you that we were running that northwesterly wind. Again, if you look at those speeds, very, very light out of the northwest. And then it starts to switch around once you get about to 2,500 feet to 3,000 feet out of the south and southwest, maybe picking up in speed a little bit once you get above, say, 5,000 feet AGL, but still, there's definite, you have to climb to find much speed at all this morning. So the expectation is that the winds in the near surface layer are going to be light, and then once you get aloft, you'll get a little bit more speed, but overall, it should be a light wind day and not expecting a lot of weather issues outside of those showers. With that, let me make sure I've covered everything. Yep. Okay. So our weather helper this morning is Ashlyn Wells, and she has our weather balloon. Do we have a launch director in the area to give her permission to launch? That's our first launch since the rain kind of dampened things for the Dawn Patrol.
So they just let a big pieball go, one of those helium-filled balloons, weather balloons that they set up, and they'll let the pilots see what Brad was talking about there as far as the winds in the lower few hundred feet going slowly to the south. That would be a typical drainage wind. But then, as he said, AGL, that's above ground level. As they get up higher, it will go back out towards the north and the northwest.
Right, yeah, which is a fairly good direction
That's
for us.
a great direction
Yeah.
for us. So the only concern is the showers that are here, and as he said, along around 8 or 8:30, that they should really break up. And so we'll have to wait and see exactly what the call is out there on what we're going to be doing this morning. But actually, that's encouraging.
It is. Certainly probably more encouraging than many of us expected.
Yes.
When we arrived early this morning. And again, it may be a case like yesterday where we simply have to wait on the sun to rise, give us a clearer view of what kind of weather is around us and if indeed those showers are breaking up and dissipating. And then it could be a long morning of flying because today is a competition day.
It is.
Where we typically would have about half the pilots launching off the field and flying away. And then at some point in the morning, we flag off the scoring area and open the field for our competitive pilots to then launch. They will have left the field and gone out to find a launch site based on wind direction and information we've provided them. And then they will launch and fly into the field.
Yep, they need to be at least a mile away
right
when they pick that launch site. And totally up to them. They heard all the winds. They will probably send up their own pieballs when they get out there.
They will, sure.
And, many of them will say, nope, I don't like this. I want to move that way about a quarter of a mile.
And
or I want to move this way.
They'll go that way, and there's nowhere to launch about a quarter of a mile away, so then they'll go back. I've always said, from years when I was flying, when you do fly-ins, it's kind of fun sometimes to just find the right street corner to stand on and count how many times the balloons go back and forth, trying to, nope, need to be a little bit more over this way. No, let's go back that way. No, this is too far. Let's go back over here. And they back and forth until they finally, and eventually you just give up and say, oh, the heck with it. Let's just pick this field and go.
Right. And by then, things have all changed from
it's
all your weather predictions.
Anyway,
all that
nobody
stuff
knows. And
you kind of, I think, and I'm certainly not a serious competitor by any stretch of the imagination, but it's kind of like, if I can get in that general area, let's go there, let's find a spot, make sure things haven't changed drastically,
right,
and then put up the balloon and let's go.
Yeah, get in the air and then let me
fly it up
adapt
there.
in the air and fly it to where I need to be.
Yeah.
And we heard Pat Cannon yesterday say that very thing. That's why he likes to be up early in competition and be really in the first third of the pack, because you want to be early so that your wind information is still as accurate as it can be. Things haven't changed a great deal,
Right.
but you do have some other balloons flying around you that you can go to school on, so that if suddenly you realize, oh, I'm a little too far to the right, I need some left, you can look around and find someone at an altitude that's got a bit of left, and you can either go up or down to their altitude and make that course correction. Whereas if you wait, if you take forever going back and forth, trying to find the perfect launch site, by the time you do, everything's changed, and that launch site isn't any better than the one you could have had, a half hour ago.
Exactly. Yeah, sometimes we'll even do that, not even competition. It's kind of like, well, if we launch from here, the direction we're going to go doesn't give us as many landing site choices.
Yeah.
So let's go over here, and then you get there and you say, well, maybe this isn't so good. I start calling that chasing launch sites.
Oh,
And sometimes you end up spending, by the time you now drive to another spot, here's 15 or 20 minutes, you get out, you look around for another 15 or 20, 10 minutes, and then you move again. Pretty soon, you've spent an hour looking for a launch site.
Right, when you could have been in the air flying.
Right, and since we only get the opportunity to fly for a couple of hours after sunrise, so that we're down before thermals hit, you've now wasted half the morning chasing the launch site.
Yeah, I've not heard that before. I like that though.
So yeah, it's kind of like, my own personal rule is I'll move once to find a different launch site. If that's not good, I either need to put it up or not fly at all.
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue to chase around and around.
Well, and at home, we typically, we have a variety of launch sites that we use on a routine basis, and it kind of depends on, we'll take a look at wind direction, and that will kind of depend. I live on a private airport, a little grass strip airport, and a lot of times we launch from right there, which was great when I was actively flying, because I could literally just drive out into essentially my backyard and inflate the balloon and fly away. But we have 3 or 4 other launch sites around the city of Shreveport that, based on wind direction, we know we can go there and we'll have a good opportunity for LZs, landing zones, out in front of us. So it doesn't take a lot of moving, but when you're flying in an area you're not particularly familiar with, sometimes, or if you're in competition chasing a target, then yeah, you can spend half the flight time, as you say, chasing the launch site.
Well, and we are really spoiled with the amount of open space that we have out on the west and the northwest side of town here, that you can just say, we're going to launch from this field, and it doesn't really matter much which direction the wind is blowing, because there'll be landing sites in all of those. And that is definitely not the case around the country.
No.
You really do need to say, okay, the wind is going here, therefore I need to launch from here, because that gives me this launch site downwind.
Yeah.
And if I were to launch from somewhere else, I don't have those landing sites.
Right. Again, back home in Shreveport, Louisiana, we don't have that option like you have.
Right.
So we have identified a number of launch sites, be it schoolyards or our little airport, the LSU campus, some other places, where we know that with the wind, if the wind is out of this direction, that's a good site to launch from, because it then takes us into an area where we will have ample landing opportunities. But it isn't like we could just walk out and say, oh, let's just go fly.
Let's go from here.
Yeah, let's go from here. And we know that, we go from here and suddenly you're in downtown Shreveport going, oh my goodness.
Now what do I do?
Help, Mr. Wizard. I don't want to be a balloon pilot today. So yeah, it does take some pre-planning sometimes.
If you are just getting here on the field or just joining us online, it is Tuesday morning, a competition day, Coca-Cola day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. We just listened to the weather report at Pilot's Briefing, where they were told that there continues to be some showers in the area, although the winds are light and would make for a very nice flight. We're just kind of waiting to see what the official decision is on flights and competition this morning. We should be getting that word here shortly. Of course, it's still dark, so we are still, even if we were to be launching, we're still a good 25 minutes away from the first really launch opportunity. We do see a couple of balloons on the field this morning. couple of our Dawn Patrol pilots, Michael Scott and Michael Heffron, have both stood up their balloons and have kind of given us a little glowy show out there this morning.
A mini glow.
Yeah, so people can kind of see what's going on, lights up the field.
I was just scrolling through the some of the comments on our Facebook feed, and there are several people who are obviously in the area, some still in bed in their hotels, and they're watching us trying to decide, you know, are they going to fly? Do I need to get up and go, you know, this morning, or this is my last day here? Should I go to the field? And yeah, we're waiting on the official word, but certainly from what Brad Tiemeyer, our weather guru, said, it does certainly sound positive and hopeful that as long as the showers around dissipate as he expects them to, then I would think there's a good shot that we'll go flying this morning.
I saw one of the very early pieball readings. As you said, our weather guys get started around 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I saw one of those earlier readings, and as high as they could track the pieball, the speeds were under 10 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think I saw that same update. We usually get the first update. I think it's around 4:30.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually up getting dressed and about to head to the field, and I saw that update. It was an interesting track because on one of the tracks it was almost a circular
all the way
track,
around,
all the
whichever
way
you
around.
wanted to do.
You could go any direction you wanted. But I did the same thing. I wasn't looking at direction so much as I was looking to see, okay, what are the speeds?
Speeds, right.
And the speeds were about 5 miles an hour and not much more, just as high as you wanted to go.
And a number of different directions, so there could be lots of different strategies if we are able to pull competition off this morning.
I mean, that's, you know, because that is one of the difficulties with competition here is if the wind is if there is a prevailing direction on the surface, sometimes it's difficult to find a suitable launch site where you can plan on that. You kind of have to look at the upper winds and say, okay, I'm going to go out to the west, and then I'm going to go up to 4,000 feet and get that wind that'll bring me over the field. Then I'm going to dive bomb down into the field and then get into that surface flow.
Right.
So it makes it a bit challenging sometimes.
Definitely some flight planning. While a lot of balloons and people think about, oh, you just get up there and float around and go from there.
Yeah.
When you want to get to a specific spot, like you said, a competition target as well, then yeah, you got to start planning that flight.
Right.
I'm going to fly so long at this altitude because that's going to put me here. Then I'll go to this altitude and it's going to get me here. All of those types of things.
Yeah.
Some people, I think, spend way too much time on that too, because by the time they get up there, it's all changed.
It's all changed. As you were saying, you know, sometimes the best thing to do is just get the balloon in the air and then, you know, and then
get close.
Do some of that pilot blank, you know. I mean, just become a balloon pilot and fly the dadgum thing and get to where you need to go. You know, and that's kind of where you sometimes draw the line between folks that are really pilots and those that just, you know, I always said when I was learning to fly, I knew just enough to launch the balloon and, you know, go along for the ride, and then when it came time, try to find a place to land. I had no clue about steering the balloon or flying it to where I wanted to go.
Right.
It was just, you know, I launched it, and then I was just a passenger, and I just rode along and had a great time. And then when fuel got to a certain level, you know, I thought, okay, now I need to look around. Where can I go land?
Yeah.
There was no flight planning or pre-thought given to it. And then the more, as you begin to accumulate hours, you begin to learn to say, hey, I can actually drive this balloon and take it from this point to that point if I do a little bit of planning and do a little bit of piloting en route.
We're getting some shots of some great ballooning souvenirs that are out there.
I was going to say, I have 2 of those at home. Those are solar-powered
those are
balloons,
really cool.
and they're really cool. I have them hanging out on my deck. I picked them up from Phil Whittington and his balloon gift company. We have several, and Phil, I apologize. I think it's Montgolfier Gifts is the name. He's here on field, and I apologize, Phil, because I sometimes forget the company name. But I got mine from him. I think most of the balloon companies, the folks that sell ballooning wares, have those now.
We have them in our gift shop, Balloon Fiesta.
Okay,
yeah.
Phil was at the BFA convention back in April up in Topeka, Kansas, and he had them there, and I saw them. And so I got a couple of them and have them hanging on my deck. But yeah, they have a little solar panel in the top, and at night it ignites the burner, and you have a little balloon glow out on your balcony or patio or wherever it might be that you have it hung.
And I think what was really cool about that, a lot of those solar lights, the light just comes on.
Right.
But in these balloons, it
They
kind of
actually- it actually
flickers and
flickers,
goes
yeah.
back and forth, so it really does look like a balloon burner going
Yeah,
on.
absolutely.
There's a great shot of the Albuquerque Balloon Museum, the Albuquerque Anderson Abruzzo International Balloon Museum.
You also see in that shot one of those red and white pylons, and those are going to become critical today if, in fact, we do fly.
Yep.
Because you'll find those, one in each corner of Balloon Fiesta Park. They are 75 feet tall, and they are 75 feet tall for a reason. The reason is that is a visual marker for our pilots. By regulation, when the competitors fly into this field, they have to be at minimum of 75 feet over the crowd until they reach the flagged off scoring zone.
Right.
Then they can drop right down to the deck if they want to get close to the target. But coming over the crowd line, they have to be at a minimum 75 feet. So those pylons are strategically placed at each corner of the field. So as you're flying in, you can look, and if you're flying in the air and you look across in your basket and your basket is down below the top of one of those pylons, you're going to get called to the tower because
Yes.
you're too low.
Yes.
And so that's a visual reference for pilots flying into the field to know what minimum altitude they need to be at. They have to be at least as high as the top of those pylons until they're in the scoring area where they can then drop down to the deck. And that's for the safety of all the persons on the ground down below.
And then when they get in that scoring area, the idea is to drop one of these markers on whatever the target is. Maybe the bow of the boat if we do the Sid Cutter Memorial, maybe the center of an X.
Yep, could
and
be.
so a weighted, you can see this is kind of little flag, little weighting here at the other end. This is basically what they will throw. It does need to be unfurled like this. They can't throw it rolled up. There'll be a penalty for that.
Can't have a rubber band around it.
Nope.
Can't do
Yeah,
that.
and you'll see them kind of do this, crank it up this way, and you'll see people give it a toss.
Yep.
We'll probably see people if they need to get a little more distance. Are you going to try?
I was going to say, I was just going to demonstrate. What you'll see is what we call the windmill, where the rule of thumb is you take the length of the baggie or the marker, and you take a third in this hand and kind of a third back here, and then you start this windmill action. And what happens with me most of the time is you've got to know when, you got to time when to let go so that it goes, and I would let go and it would go up and straight up into the balloon.
Yeah.
Or what you will see, I promise you will see this. It will get wrapped up in the cable of the balloon, and then the pilot's going, oh no, I've got to get this out, and he's flying past the target. Then finally it's just, oh heck, and tosses it back over the side.
So we have video from a previous Balloon Fiesta live show.
Yeah.
Where the guy does that. He starts winding it up here and hits the vent line.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it just kind of bounces off, all right? So then he does it again, and he hits the vent line again. A second time. So then he kind of he kind of adjusts the length here.
Yeah.
And he reaches a little bit differently, and he cranks it up again, and it literally goes around the crown line this time. So now he has to actually undo this.
Right.
And so I think on the fourth attempt, he actually moved the crown line out of the way, and he ends up bouncing this off the side of the basket. Literally, I put a counter up.
Yeah.
6 different times he attempted this before he finally got it. And and you could see he was turning more and more in the basket as
Right.
it was beginning.
Because he's flying past the target while all this
target.
is happening. Whereas
But,
if you just wad it up and throw it like a baseball, he would have scored.
Some people, I've seen pilots literally go stand on a balcony somewhere and practice this wind up and this windmill throw.
I know pilots who literally climb up, if they don't have a balcony, they climb up on the roof.
Yeah.
And just stand on the roof and wind and have a bucket of, you'll go to, if you're a golfer, you go to a driving range.
With a bucket of
get
balls.
a bucket of balls and you sit and you just knock balls all day long. Well, balloon pilots, those serious competitors, they'll get a bucket of markers, or baggies as we sometimes call them.
Yeah.
Go up on the roof or on the balcony and sit up there and just wind up and throw them. And I've seen guys, Al Muir from Texas was a guy who I swear he could launch a baggie 50 yards once he wound it up. He did that windmill thing.
He practiced enough that he got
Some guys are really good at it, and they can sling that thing, and it's like throwing a spear. It's amazing. Others, like you say, it's kind of pointless.
We're now in one of the official merchandise tents, and so you're seeing some of the official 50th
Oh, yeah.
merchandise there. The very first shot we saw there, very popular retro tee as well. And then
That's
there's
the T-shirt that my cousin bought yesterday. as a matter of
yeah,
fact.
and then
She was
there's a
telling me about
varsity
it.
jacket right there in the center, and the
Oh,
baseball
I like
shirt.
that.
Yeah, and there's that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, with
That's
the,
it,
the
yeah.
teal. Oh, those teal-colored sleeves. Is
Yeah,
that the
yeah,
right
and you see
color?
it's got the 72 down on the
Yeah.
pocket there, and it's got the BF for Balloon
Balloon
Fiesta,
Fiesta.
and the big 50 logo on the back. That is a really cool
That is a
varsity,
good-looking. Yeah, that's a good-looking varsity jacket. I like
Yep.
that.
Yeah, so those are still available over there, obviously. And then what I did here was the retail jacket, which is a little to the left in this shot, is another one that is really, really nice. It's got a lot of different accoutrements on it. There's the back of it right there. You see, it's kind of got the same.
It's got the same logo, as like the
Fiesta Gold balloon.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
original 13 are around the outside of that, and then
Yeah.
when you look on the front, you see those extra turquoise stripes, the accents on the pockets, and actually on the inside of the zipper, it looks like they have it zipped up. You wouldn't be able to see it. It actually says Balloon Fiesta on the inside of the zipper, so when you've got your jacket partly open, on the inside lip there as well. And a nice hood for it as well. It's a detachable hood.
Well,
Just some of the merchandise over there in the official
Yeah.
merchandise tent.
We don't still have it backstage, or I might choose to pull it out. But last year I worked with a lady who now is local, and because we get staff jackets every year, and I've been here 33 years now, so I had a closet full of jackets. I've
Yes.
given some to crew and friends, sold a few here and there occasionally. But a lot of times you find people that you've seen people do T-shirt quilts.
Yes.
Well, I had the idea, what if I could take those jackets and create a quilt? And so long story short, I found a lady who could do that for me, and brought like a dozen of my previous Fiesta jackets here with me last year.
I remember.
Turned them over to her. Well, they delivered the quilt to me this morning.
Oh, wow.
And just blew my mind with it. And it is amazing. I've got some photos, and I'll post it later on my Facebook page. But because we've already packed it up and taken it and put it safely in my car. But a unique way to reuse those jackets that otherwise were just kind of hanging in the closet gathering dust. And a neat way to remember some of the previous 50 years that we've enjoyed here. So I'm absolutely just thrilled with it. And I'll post some pictures of it later on Facebook.
Somebody got those tick-tocking away there, didn't they? Yeah. So some great things. So a couple more of our Dawn Patrol team folks have decided to stand up their balloons out there. On the far right, that's Greg Lindsay with Floating Oasis. And one of our Stars and Stripes balloon inflating there in the center. I'm not sure if that's Tim or Kurt. We'll have to wait to see if they stand up.
Similar patterns. It's also getting lighter out, and normally we talk about the vast difference in how bright it is on the camera view versus what we actually see ourselves. But this morning it's fairly close. It's still brighter on the camera. It's got greater light sensitivity than our human eyeballs do, but the sky is certainly lightening, and we do see clouds around in the area, but they are scattered, as you can see in that picture. And so, things continue to look promising for this morning. Did we ever go back to pilot briefing? I don't think we did we?
No, we never got back there as they were waiting on things, and I'm switching out radios here so that I can continue to.
Maybe we can check and see if Henry has yet to.
What the deal is. I think the battery died on that other one, so it wasn't getting any even lights and any other indication. We are still planning to do the national anthem at 7 o'clock this morning, and whether we actually, it looks like a while ago they weren't even going to stand the balloon up, but it looks like the Coca-Cola balloon is actually inflating out there. So I think the plans of an hour ago have changed, and things are looking much more promising than they did an hour ago. So for all those folks who are online still in their hotel room,
it's
probably time to get out.
Out?
Yeah, you probably ought to get going.
Probably time to get out of bed and head on down here to the park, because things are looking certainly far more promising than when I arrived here about 4:45 or so this morning. So if you're on the fence, probably a good day to come on down this morning.
Off the fence and on the field.
Get off the fence and on the field. There you go. Because I would imagine that worst case scenario would be we would at least do, as we did yesterday, have a static display of balloons on the field, because clearly the conditions are certainly suitable for that. And I think we're moving closer and closer, if they haven't already announced the decision, maybe we missed it at pilot briefing, to actually getting flights underway this morning.
Looks like we're riding on our cart out there, getting a shot of what it's like to be right there on the field.
One of our Facebook viewers, Asicia, I'm not sure how she pronounced that, Mendoza, noticed the yellow flag. Says, what does that mean? Well, the yellow flag simply means we're on hold for developing weather. And at this point, we're waiting for sunrise, because we don't do anything prior to sunrise anyway, legally. That's when we have the national anthem and launch the balloons of the day. Today, of course, it is Coca-Cola Day. And as we just said, initially we understood they were not going to be doing the balloons of the day. They would do, as we did yesterday, just have the basket and burners up and still have the national anthem. But I'm sure, as Art and I both just said, that is I'm sure virtually certain that's the Coca-Cola balloon now inflating in front of the stage, which would suggest to me that they are going to launch as balloon of the day, which also would imply then that that we're good to go fly this morning.
And that red, white, and blue balloon with the gorgeous eagle on the side.
Yeah.
That it also says Utah on that, so that has got to be Tim Taylor's new balloon.
Oh, right.
You know, he's had all these variations of red,
stars
white,
and
blues,
stripes.
and all those types of things.
Yeah.
He was up to D3 was the one. I'm wondering what he calls this one, because and apparently showed up with it brand new here this year, because we don't even have a picture of that one in our spotter app. And look, here's Rainbow Riders guys that are pulling out the balloons. Those envelopes are so big because of the baskets they want to carry that deal.
Somebody needs to give that guy a hand.
Yeah.
Surely there's another crew person around.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness. Yeah,
Not
right.
that guy. Not that
Give the guy I can't read the back of his T-shirt. Give him a.
It probably says flight team. That's what most of those folks.
And there's a good shot of three of our launch directors, or zebras, as we like to refer to them.
2 zebras and 1 zit.
One zit, and identified by the red hat.
There you go.
Yeah, and a zit is a zebra in training. And so, they are easily identified by their black and white uniforms that are quite varied sometimes in their style, but black and white nonetheless. And that's one of many things we've been reflecting all year long about the brilliance of Sid Cutter, and who of course is the founding father of Balloon Fiesta. And it was the first world championship in 1973 that followed that gathering at Coronado that we now call the first Fiesta, when it was Sid's idea to put launch officials in black and white referee shirts so they would be easily identifiable to the pilots and to the public. And that tradition has continued, though we don't have the uniform restrictions that perhaps the NFL or the NBA or someone like that does. Basically, it just has to be black and white stripes, more or less. And if you've been down on the field and seen any of our zebras, you know what I'm talking about. Some of their outfits are quite creative and unique,
elaborate,
while still maintaining the black and white theme. Hey, look over at the base of the Sandias. All of a sudden, there's a big cloud bank that has formed right there in the foothills.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that I've seen that out here before. That's kind of
You know, I
interesting.
saw some of that early coming in at 4 o'clock this morning. I saw a bank of that. And interesting that it's well below the top of the mountains.
Oh, yeah. It's literally right in the foot. I mean, I'm sure there are people in their homes right now that can't see.
That's fog for them.
It's fog for them. It's cloud for us. Yeah.
Yep. We saw a shot just a few moments ago looking up inside that big red balloon of Coca-Cola. So we had a nice, there it is there as well. And we're starting to get some activity on the radio about our national anthem and the setup. All right, so
cool.
Yeah, so things, again, continuing to look up very well for us. They have given the pilot of the day, Marcia Lambertson, and our Coca-Cola balloon, they have given her the opportunity to launch at the appropriate time if she is comfortable with that. We talked yesterday a lot about all balloon flights are made with pilot discretion. It is the pilot in command of the balloon who makes the final decision whether they fly or not.
That's right.
The Balloon Fiesta officials can say yes or no, that you can fly from the field or not fly from the field.
And so they have given her permission
And she
to
is standing
fly
up.
if she so chooses.
And she has now stood up the Coca-Cola balloon. Remember today, Coca-Cola Day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. So, and actually, in addition to that cloud bank right there that's kind of low, the clouds are definitely lighter as we start looking out around the north and even around to the northwest.
Yeah, they are. Well,
So-
and most of the weather's been coming from the west, and it really doesn't look
Doesn't
that
look
bad.
too
back
bad out
over our
that way,
shoulders
so
this
yeah.
morning. So certainly, look at that shot. That's just
Isn't
that's
that
a
cool?
gorgeous picture.
Yeah.
That's a calendar picture there. Somebody's on the field and snaps that.
And there's that bank of clouds.
Yeah, there you can see that's the bank of fog or clouds that I was referencing a moment ago. Clearly in the foothills, because you see that peak that you see behind the clouds there, that low bank of clouds is about 10,000 plus feet. I don't think that's not the actual peak of the Sandias, but it's in the neighborhood of about
the peak is just a little bit
just
out
a
of the screen.
little bit to
there
the right
yeah.
out of screen, but that's in the neighborhood of 10,000 feet.
Which would put the clouds about 7.
maybe even
that fog back even lower.
Maybe even lower.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Some of those folks that you were talking about earlier that are living at maybe 5,000-6,000 feet, they're probably in the fog this
They're
morning.
going to be there. Yep.
Yeah, they're absolutely there.
Which just brings up the whole idea that balloons being federally registered aircraft, we are VFR aircraft, visual flight rules, which means we have to be able to see, we have to stay away from clouds above,
That's right.
below, and off to the side, and have a certain amount of visibility. So you couldn't fly in that cloud bank.
No.
But we are far enough away from
You
it
could
based
fly
on
here
those
at Fiesta
rules.
Park.
Yes.
Because we have enough clearance between
Yep.
us and those clouds.
Exactly.
You're right. Likewise with the clouds that you can see in the picture overhead. Those may be at, let's say for the moment, 7,000 feet, just to pick a number. The balloons could fly in the clear airspace below them as long as we stayed, say, at 5,000 feet, top, make that your ceiling altitude.
Exactly.
And don't go beyond that. You just can't enter the clouds.
So we are 3 minutes away from the national anthem. We do have our crew down there. We're going to see if we might be able to talk to the pilot before we go with that, but we're going to have to sneak that in if possible.
That would be Ruth Glen, who is our on-field reporter again this year. And Ruth and Marcia have been friends, by the way, for years and years and years. They've flown gas balloons together just to put a little pretense to this potential interview. They've known each other and been very close friends for a lot of years. Have a lot of ballooning experiences together. So Ruth is trying to work her way to the basket and see if she could get Marcia for an interview before, obviously, that she has to launch for the national anthem.
Busy time for the pilot right before launch. You want to make sure all your instruments are ready, your passengers are in, they're all briefed. You're getting yourself in the balloon buoyant so that when they do get to the 0 in the countdown, you actually lift off the ground. Of course, also
the day has the flag to deal with as well,
attached
which
as
will
well.
be draped and unveiled or unfurled as the balloon lifts off.
And we
so
time
that's a bit of extra equipment to deal with.
Yeah, timing it all to the national anthem and the countdown and the launch director's thumbs up. Yep.
But, in the shot we see now, you see all those balloon envelopes laid out on the ground. Folks, that wouldn't be happening if we weren't going flying. So if you're still on the fence about coming to the park, you need to get up, get out of bed, get your butt down here. There's just no simpler way to say it.
Yep. Which then bodes well for competition after getting all of our non-competitor pilots and our ride pilots up and in the air. And then, of course, you know those competition pilots aren't sitting too far away waiting to see what's going to happen.
So
Let's get down to Ruth and quickly. Go, Ruth.
Hey, you guys. I'm down here with Marcia Lambertson, balloon of the day. Today she's going to be flying the American flag for Coke. Marcia, you ready?
I'm ready. We are ready to get off the field today. We'll be flying for Coca-Cola, one of the best sponsors for Balloon Fiesta. Y'all come out and see us.
Now, you've been doing this a long time. Is this your first time as balloon of the day?
No, it's not. It's my third time.
Awesome. We'll have a great flight, Marcy. Love you. Bye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Coca-Cola balloon taking our flags airborne with our national anthem by the New Mexicors. The New Mexicors and the Coca-Cola balloon as it is Coca-Cola Day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. And we are underway for Tuesday morning. Now that Marcia has the Coca-Cola balloon and the flag in the air, our Rainbow Riders, our ride concessionaire, and their balloons are now cold inflating. And they will be taking literally hundreds of people on a bucket ride this morning. We've had 4 of our Dawn Patrol balloons standing up, giving us just a little show this morning as well. And so the first of those is now airborne. The nice desert scene, giving the turning vent show, that is Floating Oasis. Greg Lindsay from Safford, Arizona, putting his Floating Oasis balloon in the sky. And using one of those turning vents, the vent on the side of the balloon lets the hot air out the side and it rotates the balloon so that we can see the palm trees and the cactus and all of the other really cool designs on Floating Oasis. The other end of the field, the launch, the Dawn Patrol line there, that's Mike Heffron. Mike is from Albuquerque, and that balloon is Bright Idea. So the yellow, purple, and green spiral. Also using the turning vent to turn that balloon around as he goes into the sky. And if you take a look now, you see that Mike at the lower level and then Greg kind of mid-level, both still kind of moving a little bit to the southeast. But Marcia up in the Coca-Cola balloon has actually already turned directions and is now starting to head back west or northwest out there. So maybe not quite a straight box, but definitely different steerage levels up there. And we heard that from meteorologist Brad T. Meyer earlier this morning. He called it a quasi-box. So we'll see some directions up there, but it won't necessarily be straight. But definitely steerable, which will make for some very interesting competition flights with different strategies. Do you stay low and fly in from the north? Do you fly over the target at altitude and then drop back in? And then being able to adjust, where do you drop out of this one level and come the other way? It's going to be a really fun competition day this morning, I believe, here at Balloon Fiesta Park. Again, now that we have balloons in the sky, the rest of the crews starting to hook things up. There's a great shot of the basket. You see kind of cables coming over. Those are the cables that will end up attaching to the envelope. There'll be a little bit of structure, some poles that'll hold the burner, that will hold them up. But the actual weight of the basket is going to come down through those cables and make that attachment. That's the fueling hose adapter they just pulled out. That bag that he's just pulled out there is going to have those poles. And so they're going to start the rigging and pull all the other stuff out of the basket there.
You know who likes a quasi-box?
Who?
Quasimodo.
Sorry. Those are going to be the burners in that big bag coming out. Connected to a square burner frame. That will set up on those poles that we saw come out of the bag. And then, of course, because you have this big basket, that's a great place to store things when you're not flying. So so see, here comes the tarp.
Well, and when you travel internationally, I can remember years ago going down to an event in Puerto Rico, going down to an event in Leon, Mexico, etc. Up to Canada. We actually drove my chase vehicle there. But if you have to ship your balloon, typically what you do is you take the envelope, pack it up as tight as you could possibly get it into your bag. It goes down into the bottom of the basket,
right.
And then the burners in their bag go on top of that. The upright poles, you get everything in there, and then you shrink wrap everything, and then you attach the basket to a pallet, so it becomes basically a big shipping container.
Right. Yeah, and all those other things that may or may not be ballooning, you might, if you're going to
stuff in there as well.
You stuff in there too. Yeah, you fill that up as well, so it ships. It looks like you just shipped the basket, but it is packed.
But it's packed full of if you're taking pins or extra jackets,
calendars,
or calendars, anything,
any of that stuff you don't need on the actual flight for yourself to get there.
If you're not going to carry it in your carry-on, then what you do is you stuff it down in that basket, and then you shrink wrap it all, and you tie it down to a pallet, and it becomes like a big shipping box or a shipping crate.
The Indian Pueblo Cultural Center balloon, one of the ride balloons here this morning. Rainbow Riders celebrating their 40th year.
Yeah, they had a great picture the other day. Scotty had all of his team out with their balloons inflated behind them, 40th logo. Congratulations to them.
In addition to providing rides here in Albuquerque, Colorado Springs, and in the Phoenix area all year long, he also provides the services of flying for companies. And the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, of course, here in Albuquerque. And we've seen the brand new Visit Albuquerque, red or green.
Right.
Yep. Kind of a dyslexic balloon, whether you look at it from the red side or the green side.
Well, and I think Scotty has the contract with Dos Equis.
Yes.
And contracts pilots to, when he isn't doing it, he contracts other pilots to fly the Dos Equis balloon for him. In fact,
there's the Albuquerque balloon on the right side of the screen, real quick.
And that's the red side, but there's the green side.
There's the green side.
Red or green, folks, red or green.
One balloon, two colors.
Absolutely.
There you go.
And that's a brilliant balloon. I don't know who the marketing genius was that came up with that, but I love that. That's absolute. There, see, there's the red side.
You can still see a little bit of the green on the top.
See a little bit of the green. It's literally like two balloons cut in half and sewn together, and that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. And you were telling me, I kind of thought it was a joke, but the question, red or green, it has an official status here in the state of New Mexico.
It is the official state question. States have the official this, the official
flowers,
that.
and
all those types of
mascots and animals and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So the official bird is the Roadrunner.
Right.
The official question is red or green. The official aircraft, guess what?
Hot air balloon.
Hot air balloon.
Good for you.
Yep. And there's a whole lot more official this and official that.
Well, as we've even pointed out, we have flying amongst the balloons here. The official New Mexico State tartan is represented in a hot air balloon
you're
here
right.
as well.
Yep. So I continue to watch the 3 balloons that are in the air. And while you had stepped away for a second, when they took off, they went slightly to the southwest. They only got probably about 500 feet up and pretty much stopped, and there was a little bit of direction to the northwest. They've now gone higher, and they're parked.
I was going to say,
parked.
I stepped away backstage for a minute, came back, and it looked to me like Marcia Lambertson went basically just straight up from the stage and then stopped.
Yeah, there was a little slight zig and zag in the direction there. But, yeah.
Yeah, balloons don't hover, but that's pretty close.
We don't call that's what we call it parking, really.
Yeah.
So there's a great shot of one of the Rainbow Riders balloon baskets. You see how big they are. They have the partitions in them. Because you have so many people in there, now they're kind of all in their little mini basket inside the bigger basket. And you have a partition where the pilot has his compartment and can work with the propane tanks and not be bumping up against his passengers, et cetera.
Unlike in a typical sport balloon, it's just an open rectangular area, and the pilots and the passengers, if there are passengers, and the fuel tanks, everything's all in that one little box area. And sometimes you kind of have to, well, you step over here because I need to get over there kind of thing. In the big ride balloons, you have these partitions or compartments, and everybody has kind of like on an airplane, everybody has their own little seat or space, and they stay within that space.
We've just been alerted that the field is now open for the non-competition launches.
All right.
And we'll have more information on the competition flights about 7:30 or about 19 minutes from now. There's a little dog getting inflated.
Yeah.
So, and actually, as we watch the clouds now, as the sun gets higher, we get more light. Definitely much thinner clouds. We can almost see through most of them. So all the showers that were here early morning while it was still dark appear to have already started breaking up. Brad Meyer told us by 8 o'clock they would be gone, and they're on their way out.
They are indeed. People are still asking on the feed, are they launching? Well, look at the TV, folks, or your computer screen, or listen to us. Yes, they are launching. Yes, we are flying today. I can't make it much clearer than that. It's pretty obvious. We are underway.
We're underway. Right here in front, the ExxonMobil balloons getting inflated, as well as the Intel balloon. You see midfield with the Rainbow Riders balloons. Those are the ride balloons. They're just, they were a little faster in getting started, getting set up. They anticipated the launch, and they also take longer to get up and moving. So, hey, look at that. You know what that is. Black, white, and a little bit of yellow over there. Arabelle.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, no, I'm lost. I don't have a clue what that is. But
that's going to be Arabelle.
Okay, yeah.
Especially you can see all the people and how the size of it is. So,
yeah,
yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, you had me there for a minute because I didn't. You stumped the announcer. Good for you.
There we go. Bingo, bingo.
Bingo, yeah.
Looking through there, you see the Zia going off the screen, and then here comes the Arizona flag.
Right.
So Scott Appleman with his balloons, he does tend to kind of...
well, a number of operators operate here at one part of the year, and then Phoenix, Arizona is an area where there are a lot of commercial balloon ride operations. And so, yeah, you see the Zia on the balloons and the Arizona flag representing dual operational centers.
Kind of like Southwest does with its planes. They paint them up for different states.
Yeah, because they, if you've seen the commercial we run for the Sunport, you'll see a picture of that beautiful Zia aircraft painted by Southwest. I've seen the one that's painted like the Lone Star, the Texas flag, and they do others that way. It was kind of the same thing. Cynthia Seal is coming to life here in front of the rooftop studio. And the first of the two ExxonMobil balloons also coming up, the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, once again is powered by ExxonMobil, as is Balloon Fiesta Live that you're watching and listening to here this morning, whether you're on the field and listening to us live, or if you are watching from parts all around the United States and around the world in our online feed. I suspect it's going to be a slow morning because part of the problem is going to become the more balloons that we launch, if they can't find a little bit of direction and speed to clear the field, then we're going to, it's going to be difficult to get clear above.
Yes, the airspace is going to be,
just above the field is going to become congested and make it more difficult. And I noticed Marsha Lambertson in the Coke balloon has gone much higher now and still has not found a great deal of direction.
No.
Or speed.
What a great view she has from up there back down on us.
She's just simply gone higher. And that creates space to launch balloons underneath her, to be sure. But eventually you want to be able to find a little bit of speed and direction to be able to clear the field and get out to, a suitable landing zone.
Actually, she is starting to get some west-northwest direction up there. So she'll kind of be moving that way. So balloons are going to have to kind of go up that high to get out to
get over to the
river area, Rio Rancho Corrales, out to the northwest where there's some great launch areas, landing areas at this point, since she's already in the sky.
It's also going to be a challenge for the competitors when you think about, they're watching all this, trying to decide where do we go to launch when the time comes to fly in. They're going to have to see what altitude pilots find a little bit of movement. You're right, Marsha is finding a little, very slow.
Very slow.
But she is steadily moving out to the west-northwest, which, could see that fog bank against the mountains. Boy, look, it's actually shifted to the south.
It's moving, yeah.
If you look through the Golf Center here, it really has thickened and moved well across the base of the Sandias. But the far northern tip of the mountains now is clearing. There goes the Visit Albuquerque balloon, the red or green balloon as we are begun to call it, and we are looking at the red side from here on the rooftop studio.
But our north camera gets the green side.
Gets the green side, and a little bit you can see the split right down the middle.
Yeah.
Red on one side, green on the other side. That's just pure brilliant marketing. I don't know who did that, but round of applause for whoever the marketing genius was that came up with that.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Scott or members of his team.
Members of his team, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
His wife Heather involved in their business and the creative
simple,
side
red
as
or
well.
Green, but the creativity to create the balloon that way is, I really think that's a stroke of genius.
There you go. Look at that.
Oh, split screen.
Split screen. Same balloon. Two different camera angles.
Two
Look
different
at that.
views. Look at that.
Great job, Steve, down in the truck. Thanks, guys.
Speaking of brilliance, there is Windfire Productions, our hot shot production
Keep it there for
team.
one more second. Let me get that.
And
there we go.
Yeah.
Screen capture of the screen.
There you go.
Perfect.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. So remember, we launch from two parts of the field. Even though this isn't a mass ascension, we still get the ride balloons off. That's that whole big line that you're seeing, and you're seeing them start to go off as well. So we're going to get those guys up and out of here on their ride, while we also inflate all of our non-competition pilots. We'll be standing those up. And they're spread throughout the field as well, although most of them, I think, are kind of pushed down towards the south end of the field for this Monday-Tuesday launch cycle. So that gives us an opportunity to start flagging off the scoring area more midfield.
Yeah. Yeah, my cousins, Patty and Steve, had hoped to, were hoping for a balloon ride while they were here. Sadly, they didn't plan nearly well in advance enough. They did call Rainbow Riders yesterday on the off chance they may have had a cancellation, but they were not lucky enough to make that happen. And because this being the 50th, as you told me, I think when we first got here earlier in the week, Scotty and his ride company were basically sold out weeks, if not months in advance.
Yeah.
For people that had already booked rides for Balloon Fiesta to be able to get into the sky and see it all from the balloon pilot perspective.
Seems like an especially loud roar of burners at this exact moment here. Maybe because they're moving the Exxon balloons over a little bit to give a little more room for a couple of others right here in the front who are going hot as well. So 4 or 5 burners all right here in front that all going off, and it's just...
It could be a phenomena of weather too, since there's
Could
not
be.
really any wind here on the surface to blow the sound away from us. It's more concentrated here. And yeah, because I think we're hearing burner sound really for the first time this week that we haven't really heard before.
Yeah. There goes Tristan.
Tristan McLean,
Yep.
in one of the 2 Exxon Mobil balloons. This one is the blue, orange, purple, and white one. That's just lifting. You can see Tristan in his cowboy hat there.
And Matt McClinton has the blue and
Right
gold
next.
and white one in the Exxon balloon.
There goes Matt in the second Exxon Mobil balloon. Once again, 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, sponsored, rather powered by Exxon
Mobil.
Yep. Got to get the terminology right.
There you go. There's the paws of Little Dog, which we saw earlier.
Yeah. Now this
getting
is
inflated.
one of our new shapes right over here to our right, isn't it? This is a new frog, perhaps. I'm using my spotting app. You should be proud of me.
Good.
Let's see. That is the balloon called Master Zaba or Zaba, and that would be John Viner. They are here from North Muscombe, Nottinghamshire, United Arab, and probably says Emirates right after that, but ran out of space. Not enough characters. And that's like a frog wearing a pair of what would that be? Overalls, I guess.
Kind of looks like that, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of pair of pants with shoulder straps. You know, the old coveralls they used to call them, or overalls.
The things Mr. Green Jeans used to wear.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. You see that my reference to Captain Kangaroo the other morning was not lost on you completely.
Hey, well, we're getting our non-competition launch underway here this morning as we await word on the actual competition flights in just a little bit. Let's check in with Ruth Lynn down there in the field. Ruth.
Hi, you guys. I'm down here with Robert Harris, and Robert is one of the people selling souvenirs and things on the field. How's business this morning, Robert?
And business is great today. Everybody's having a lot of fun today. Everybody's picking up a lot of things. The balloons are in the air today.
That's really cool. Now, I've been seeing some really hot toys on the market. Can you show us what some of those are?
Sure. Let me show you guys. So we got some dinosaurs. They light up, and they also, wait for it, they shoot bubbles. The kids are loving these because it lights up. We got some other things right here that also lights up. The kids are loving this. But more importantly, what kid doesn't love Minecraft? That also shoots bubbles.
I'll tell you what, I have been bubble bombed more times than I can tell you this week. What are some of the other fun things? I'm seeing balloon replicas and all kinds of stuff.
I mean, if you want to check it out, we got a lot of things. We have a lot of things that light up. We also have a lot of blankets because it's also very cold. Very cold this morning. Earmuffs, gloves, as well as some souvenirs that everybody's been loving, as well as just more things, light up bubbles, light up balloons, glasses, umbrellas if it rains. Hey, if you want to take a look over here, everybody's been loving these. You see everybody having these tote bags. These are only $5.
That's a heck of a deal.
Oh my God. And over here too as well. We have even more bubbles.
Bubbles it is. Bubbles are flying. Balloons are flying. Thank you, Robert. Glenn and Art, we'll send it back up to you.
Thanks,
Have a
Ruth.
nice day, y'all.
Yeah, Robert's got it covered. You ought to ask Robert, how about them 49ers? They took it to the Los Angeles Rams last night, for those of us that are football fans. So, yeah, Robert's got you covered no matter what. You need rain gear, cold weather gear, or just want to buy a souvenir. He can take care of you.
We've always talked that you can find just about anything you'd like out here at Balloon Fiesta.
Yeah.
Whether it's on the field or at our merchandise tents. Continuing to launch balloons off the south end of the field as well as off the middle. Our Rainbow Riders balloons getting airborne. They still have that little direction to the southeast right in the first couple hundred feet.
Yeah.
When they get up about 300 or 400, actually about 200 feet up, it looks like they turn almost directly east.
Yeah.
Before that, it's kind of like we were talking before. It's not a hard corner box. It's kind of a nice round spiral as you go up.
I was just looking to see. Oh, there's Marcia. If you look through the balloon, see the
Yeah,
Coca-Cola
yeah,
balloon way down to the north end of the field. So she's found. She had to go high to get it, but she found enough direction. Well, the red-green balloon is up there
way up there
too.
as well.
And I think they're going up there and finding that direction off to the north at real high altitude, just really below the cloud base up there. Or you can stay low and go off in toward town, which doesn't always offer the greatest landing options. Used to be. What was the area we had just south of the field before it became built up? Renaissance.
So Renaissance is farther south. That's at
Yeah.
the intersection of I-25
Because
and Montgomery.
for many years, it was just grassy lawns and nice curved streets. There was nothing built there.
It has built up, and actually a number of people still managed to find a spot to land in there over the weekend.
Yeah.
There is another spot that is a little bit closer than that called Vista del Norte. And the city, over the last few years, actually purchased that property and turned it into a park so that now it can be a balloon landing site.
Oh, brilliant.
So
brilliant.
it's pretty easy to hit that spot launching from the field here. It's not that big. We can't
Right.
put all of these balloons in that spot.
Yeah.
But it is an area that has been selected and preserved through an open space Balloon Fiesta landing task force. It's one of the sites that they were able to
Okay.
secure and make available for balloon pilots to land, not just during Fiesta, but all year
All
long.
year round, yeah. Master Zaba is getting airborne. One of the new special shapes that's here this year, the little frog with his red overalls. And that is, once again, John Viner out of United Arab Emirates, I believe.
I'm looking just a little bit higher than Master Zaba, and some of the Rainbow Rider balloons have basically just stopped moving
Yeah.
into that parking area right there.
Yeah, there seems to be an area there where there's just no wind, and they can park right there for a little bit.
Off the south end of the field here, the U.S. Air Force balloon getting airborne. 75th anniversary of the Air Force. And they created this brand new balloon to fly it for the first time here at Balloon Fiesta.
Also a brand new balloon getting airborne on the south end is the Intel balloon, and that is our good friend Phil Glebe. Got a chance to see Phil downstairs just the other morning. Phil, for years and years and years, was the pilot of the Pontiac balloon, and then his wife had some health issues, and he took a few years off, and apparently now he's back flying with us. He'll be here piloting Intel all week long. It was great to see and catch up with Phil Glebe just the other day. Cynthia Seal about to launch from the south end too, for those of you on the field here, as we are down along Corporate Row, and Cynthia Seal is getting airborne there, as is Cool Beans off to our left.
For those of you in the Gondola Club, that's Cool Beans,
Beans,
with the
yep.
Rec Van banner on it.
That has the green, red, blue, yellow spiral, and those little beans. I can still
They're not
remember-
pickles.
Yeah.
Beat you to it.
Yeah, I was going to say, the first year I saw the balloon, I thought maybe those were pickles, and they do look kind of like little dill pickles, but I was quickly informed, no, they are Cool Beans. So
And that is indeed Arabelle that we saw earlier.
that is,
because
yeah,
there
there's
she
all
is.
the black and white with a little bit of yellow, the yellow being one of her horns, obviously.
So Arabelle is waking up.
Cynthia Seal going right over the top of us this morning. She's just passing over the rooftop studio. There's that Intel balloon I was telling you about, a new balloon for them, and piloted this year by Phil Glebe. Good to have Phil back with us.
Yesterday was Meta Monday
It
here at
was.
Balloon Fiesta. Their balloon is now airborne right in front of us. Kind of pink and purple and white. But those were pretty good glasses that they
I was
showed
going
us
to ask,
yesterday.
did you see the pictures of each of us that Orly, our PA, got?
Yes.
She was going to text those to us. But both of us wearing those Meta glasses yesterday as we were getting a trial run with those.
And I have to tell you another story. I went down to their booth
Yeah?
after we were all done yesterday morning, I just went in and checked in with them about some things, and they told me that they no sooner got off the air with us and got back to their booth, and one of the local TV stations came over. Hey, we just heard you guys on Balloon Fiesta Live. Can you come demonstrate those glasses for our audience?
Oh, right.
So,
Very good.
yeah, the local TV stations are paying attention to Balloon Fiesta Live.
There goes the Itsy Bitsy Spider off the south end of the field, otherwise known as the Preventive Pest Control Balloon, bright green with that big black spider on the side.
Don
And
Boyer flies that for us.
Is that Don?
Yep,
Okay.
Don Boyer.
Yep. And there is what we used to call the sloth, and now I'm call it's Tico.
Tico.
I remember right, Tico.
Tico.
The sloth, and that will be, I believe that's Glow Sun Kehoe that is flying. Tico, one of our special shaped balloons, and I think this is its first year here, isn't it? Because I think it only debuted
sloth.
some months ago.
The sloth, no, the sloth's been here before.
Has it?
Yeah, it's
you
now
sure?
more than a year old.
I didn't think it was that old.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Yep.
I'll give way to your expertise and memory, better than mine. There is the watermelon balloon. That is sequel or seedquel, I believe.
Seedquel, yep.
With the green rind around the top and bottom, and then the meat of the watermelon with those red and pink squares and all the various black seeds that most watermelons have, used to. The pumpkin balloon just beside it. A couple of character balloons, not really special shapes, but they are typical round balloons and yet have their own character to them. In fact, the jack-o'-lantern, pumpkin, whichever you want to call it, is just getting airborne now.
Just a moment ago on the screen, there was the bright pink and black balloon.
There's sequel on the screen,
Yep, there's
by the way.
sequel there. Right before that, Karen Converse, so shout out to her, and to the balloon next to her, Eric Hodges. A couple of local pilots with their balloons getting cold inflated.
Eric Hodges had quite a moment. I believe it was on opening Saturday, or it might have been Sunday. No, I think it was Saturday. He actually flew a bagpiper. Had a young man who is a Highland
that's exactly
bagpiper,
it, yes.
completely decked out in his tartan kilt and his bagpipe outfit, and was playing the pipes as they went airborne. I actually stole those pictures. Eric, you didn't know this, maybe you do. I stole the pictures and shared those to my Twitter feed because I have so many followers over in Scotland, because I knew they would enjoy it, and apologies that I did that really without asking your permission, but I felt like you'd be okay with it. Eric's done a couple of, has written a few items for Ballooning Magazine before, so it's not like we're strangers.
The Dos Equis balloon.
Yes.
And that is being flown by Scott Appleman.
Okay.
I talked to Scott, yes, and he verifies that he is flying that one.
Okay.
And Sean Askren is flying the Xfinity balloon.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I was misinformed, and I apologize.
That's all right.
The point was,
I was going to tell you ahead of time and not call
Well,
you
no,
out. That's why I just. Yeah.
That's fine. The point being was, in my story about Sean, was that he is contracted to fly a balloon here for Scotty and could not get away to go to Florida to check on the damage to his vacation home there. And it turned out it didn't matter because the island where the home was located has now been declared uninhabitable, and no one is allowed on there. So Sean has suffered great loss in the results of Hurricane Ian, as many have, but hitting home with some of our ballooning friends here. So my apologies that Scotty is flying Dos Equis. And speaking of the Infinity balloon, I believe that's it right there, isn't it? With the hearts on the side, just over towards the stage.
In the air. There it is.
That is Sean Askren.
That is going to be Sean.
Okay. I'm glad we straightened that out.
Yeah, and technically that is a new balloon, that Xfinity Rewards balloon.
Yep.
And it is a special shape because those hearts on the side are actually 3D.
Yeah, I still am not a fan of the idea that because you have a 3D appendage, you're a special shape, but
as opposed to the sloth where you've got fingers
which
and
is
toes.
Which is a real caricature shape. But that decision is above my pay grade, so it's not for me to say one way or the other. Phillips 66 also getting into the air there. Their red, white, and black balloon, just below and to the right of the Infinity. You can just almost see it. Oh, and there it is. Now, wait a minute. I got to go back and get the official title. This is Astro the Alien, but he has a longer official name, and I'm going to go find that real quick if I can, because
while you're
Lee
looking
Hooper
it up,
sent it to it. Here
yeah.
it is. I've
Lee
got
Hooper is piloting it.
Yep, Lee Hooper is the pilot, and this is Astro the Alien, otherwise known as His Glorious Divine Benevolence, the Leader. Ba-bum. There you go. So for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Or Alien.
Or Alien. But it's actually Astro, the Alien. Yeah.
Yeah. I see Lady Jester off the southwest corner of the field. Balloons now, when they leave the field, going more directly south
Yeah,
than
I think
southeast.
they're using that flow to the south
But remember, it was southeast. It's now shifted to the south.
pretty much.
And it's a little deeper, so you can be a little bit higher and still continue to go south. And then when you climb up, there's not nearly as much east as kind of very, very slow to the north.
It's almost becoming a box.
It is. It
very,
is.
very slow
That-
and very, very high, but almost becoming a box.
That quasi box that Brad Tiemeyer talked
Right.
about in the briefing, turning into a real box.
Yeah. So we don't have to have Quasimodo flying here this morning. Tracy McNary says the watermelon, that's a sequel, is awesome. And yes, it is. It's a great example of how you can use artwork on a regular balloon to create a caricature without having to go to the expense and the difficulty of flying a special shape.
Yes. She nailed that one.
Absolutely.
But the detailed special shapes are always so cute.
Oh, they
As
are.
we continue to look at the sloth
Yeah.
grabbing the tree branch.
Yeah, the sloth is really, that's a, you know, and on a day like today, it's the balloons are moving about as quickly as a sloth would move. So it's perhaps appropriate to have Tico, the sloth, with us this morning. Here comes on the feed, Arabelle the cow. We're watching her come to life as the Creamland Moo Crew brings their special shaped balloon up. We'll watch to see if they fly this morning.
The other thing about the special shapes, if you're close to one and have the opportunity to look up inside, you'll see the basic balloon shape inside. So that whole engineering of the round and the lift that way, you'll be able to see that looking right inside most of the special shapes.
Yeah, most shapes,
and especially with Arabelle,
are built around a typical round balloon, and everything else is just an appendage. And all that extra volume really doesn't provide any extra lift. It's all the lift that allows the balloon to fly is basically limited to however large that the primary round centerpiece of the balloon is. The stagecoach that we used to see here was that way. Arabelle the cow is that way. Any special shaped balloon, if you look at it closely enough, you'll see somewhere within its design a standard round balloon. Netflix in your neighborhood. They're in our neighborhood this morning as they're getting airborne just off the south end of the field here. And there is Chicklet. That is Craig Kennedy, who's flying the balloon for Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Right, red balloon inflating just over by the Sid Cutter Pavilion.
And way out on the northeast corner, our screwdriver is standing up on the feed, right there by by the witch. So if you're out there on the northeast corner, there's the handle of the screwdriver.
And as they launch, they will inflate the blade that hangs below the basket. And we did confirm, thanks to one of a member of our audience, that they do carry a small portable fan in the basket that blows air down into that blade to give it shape as they launch and give it structure. Absolutely.
There goes the PNC Bank balloon.
Yep.
And actually, look who's coming in from the northeast corner. There's the Coca-Cola balloon.
Yeah, Marcia Neal. Marcia Lambertson, I'm sorry.
Yep. She has pulled the flag inside, so you have to look for the red balloon now of Coca-Cola here at Coca-Cola Day.
It is indeed. I see the McConnell family getting, it's probably Tom McConnell. That would be the Tom McConnell. Is he junior, the second? I'm not sure.
I think we might be down to the third.
Maybe, because Dr. Tom McConnell was the original pilot there, who's a member of the board of directors and been a great friend for a number of years. A contributor to Ballooning Magazine many times through the years as well on safety issues. They are flying a banner for TLC Plumbing and Utility on their bright yellow Zia. And is tomorrow morning when we go back and try again for the Mini-Me record, the RC balloons?
Yes.
And so, but the other day we did see, as we've talked about, and I jokingly call them Mini-Me's, we saw Dr. Tom and the family inflate the big Zia balloon And then it's his granddaughter who is flying a mini-me, a baby model Zia, and they stood both of them up side by side for us here on the launch field. So we'll talk more about the model balloons or the RC balloons tomorrow.
There was a picture I saw on Facebook last night or this morning of Cork the puppy, which is a special shape balloon here.
Right.
And it's
mini-me.
Yeah, the two of them inflated next to each other.
Oh, cool. There goes Tammy Schrum in her balloon Tamo. That is the pink camouflage balloon. You can see it just in the right center of the frame if you're looking at our online feed. If you're on the field, down in the center of the field, the pink camouflage pattern balloon, Tamo.
Right next to the Spirit of Fiesta balloon.
Golden Corral getting their balloon airborne, yellow and golden, orange, and red leading to blues on the top of the balloon. They're launching off the east side of the field. There's a look right up into the top of the balloon.
Right up in it.
You can see the gold and orange and yellows at the bottom of the balloon, and then the blues up at the top as you look right through the throat of the balloon up toward the parachute top there.
I always love those pictures, especially when it's directly overhead and
Yes.
the basket is centered in that opening.
Yep.
Those are still some of my favorite pictures.
I won a photo contest with a balloon picture taken like that way back in the like early 1981, 82 in the Plano area.
There's an interesting shot with Chick-fil-A on the right, bezel booth in the center, and the sloth
to the left.
to the left. And a little tiny piece of mouth of a smiley face
Yeah.
kind of down in between. there.
Elizabeth looks like he's trying to decide whether to take a big bite out of that Chick-fil-A balloon.
Is my chicken sandwich ready?
Yeah, where's those nuggets? I asked for those a few minutes ago.
Interesting shots. And that's a good time to point out. You talked about winning a photo contest. Balloon Fiesta has the Cindy Petrin Memorial Photo Contest again this year.
That's true.
And you could win big bucks by submitting your photos at balloonfiesta.com. We have got a lot of categories, including a new one this year, which we call digital art. So you can take your picture and recomposite it, remake it, Photoshop the heck out of it.
Right.
And that would be a category.
Yep, and there goes Tico the sloth getting airborne. Crew was
You can see how the little fingers and toes hanging off.
Yeah. Now that's a special shape. But
Definitely.
look at it right now. If
Yes.
you look at it straight on, you can see how it is built around a big round balloon, because the normal round balloon would be from the throat up to about the chin of the sloth. That's where the top would be. Now the head, the arms, the tree trunk, and all that, those are appendages built onto what essentially is a standard round balloon, and that's the way most shapes are developed. And the lift of the balloon, the legs and the feet and the arms and that tree trunk, all of that fills up with air, but it does not provide any lift for the balloon. The lift comes purely from that central piece, which is a traditional round balloon shape.
Just a little elongated.
Yeah, well,
Perfect.
it has the head built, but if it were just a round balloon, the crown of the balloon would be just about where the chin of the sloth is at.
Exactly. And if you looked up there, you talked about there's air obviously in the legs and the tree. You'd see little openings that let the air go in.
Right, little holes in the side of the balloon that allow the air to flow out and fill those appendages, but they don't provide any additional lift.
Which also means you now have additional deflation ports on all of those extra
Well,
libs.
I'm looking now at the bottom leg of the sloth, and it looks like right up where it joins the body, that looks like a seam to me that probably is Velcro sealed and would be a deflation port to get the air out of that lower area, that lower leg.
Yep.
There's the same on the top leg. See,
Yep.
on
Same
the
thing.
arm.
Yep.
There's two very visible seams right there that I would bet are deflation ports. For
So
that
when
very
a
reason.
regular shaped balloon pulls the top and lets the hot air out, it's easy to squeeze out. You have to go squeeze out all those extra appendages as well.
That's right. Those arms and legs have to be, the air has to come out of there, and that's what those extra seams are for. They open up and allow you to squeeze the air out of them.
So the same thing with the tiger here, the nose, the front jowls part of the tiger there, and even a little bit of those ears up there. Those are probably appendages too, but because they're higher, they will at least get some hot air in it, probably not providing a lot of lift.
Probably not a lot of lift, but they will fill with some hot air. Because the hot air rises.
And there's our ice cream cone gnome.
Yeah, our gnome. I just noticed look at his registration. OOBEO. OBEO. OBEO. Yeah, you know, I couldn't help that. Sometimes we get a little goofy up here. It's called sleep deprivation, by the way, folks. There's the screwdriver, and they have inflated the blade now that literally, as you can see, it kind of wraps the basket and then hangs down below. And it's interesting, we saw it the other morning, someone was asking, it wasn't really filled up yet, it hadn't taken shape, and someone said, what's that rope hanging from below that balloon?
Right.
It's not a rope, it's the blade of the screwdriver, but it's a fabric inflatable, and they can't inflate it until the balloon is airborne. And then they are using some sort of a small fan that is carried on board the balloon to blow air down into that, what is a tube of fabric. And for those that are interested, it is a Phillips head screwdriver. We confirmed that just
It was
the other
close
day.
enough the other day to do that.
Yeah.
Quick update on competition, because this again is our non-competition launch.
Right.
So all the people who are not flying competition or ride balloons, etc., they are all now launching at this point. Our competitors should probably be leaving the field at this point and going and chasing that launch site we talked about earlier to try and figure out. They've probably watched enough and they've said, okay, if I am at this altitude, I'm going to go this level, and then I'm here, and then I can go there. So therefore, I think I want to launch from here to fly this kind of pattern. Our competition gets underway at 8:30 this morning.
Okay.
So a little bit later than the published schedule, but that's all right. It will also stay open until 10 o'clock.
Okay, a little later than normal, but that's because everything is moving a little slower today.
Exactly.
And if I were to guess, you know, this is the kind of day, given the weather pattern we have, in the old days when we could launch off of the Indian reservation directly to our north.
Yes.
All the competitive pilots would go there, and then they would launch and fly low level straight into the field. We don't have that option anymore. So my guess would be, at this point, most of the competitors are going to go south of us, launch and come in from very high overhead, then drop down and then try to ride that surface flow back into the field.
I think you're right.
That's an early guess based on the weather that we see so far.
If
that
you
could
watched
change.
only the very first balloons take off, you might have headed to the northwest, but if you did that, I don't see that pattern working
I
for
think
you
you'd
today.
be screwed now. Yeah, I don't see that working. I think it's going to be
what you
come
described.
in, go south, come in very high, and then drop down and ride this slow surface flow from north to south into the field and over the targets.
Yeah.
I think
Look up.
That's what we'll
Take
see
a
the
look
majority
straight
of.
up. Look at this.
Yeah.
All the dots right above us.
Yeah.
Dots of colors against the gray sky. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we've got that solid, not solid, but we've got a pretty good cloud deck up there that kind of creates a ceiling this morning. And so it gives you kind of a gray-white background if you're taking photographs to see all those colored dots up there.
There goes Craig Kennedy in Chick-fil-A, again,
Yep.
waving to everybody. Lisa asks, how many balloons are there total? We have 650 registered here this year. 120 of them are special shapes. And Glenn mentioned the RC balloons earlier. There are about 85 of those that we should see tomorrow. Ruth Lind is caught up with an old friend, John Davis. Ruth, hold on tight to that microphone.
I have. Do you have the microphone?
No, you hold on tight.
Only because John will try and take it from
Oh,
you.
me hold on tight.
Yes, you hold on tight.
I didn't know what you were. Hi, you guys.
No, John, don't hold on tight to
with
Ruth.
My friend John Davis. Yeah, well, you know, he's allowed. John is a member of the board of directors of Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. And when we first came up here to the President's compound, John gave me the word of the day.
Patience. Today's the day that patience turned out well for us, because the weather didn't look good to start with, and then all of a sudden as we waited, look around. I mean, it's spectacular. It's a normal Balloon Fiesta day.
John, how many years at Balloon Fiesta is it for you this year?
Only 47.
47. Oh my goodness.
And I'm not that old.
You're never old, John. You'll never be old to me. Anyway, what's your favorite part of the week?
You know, I think it's mornings like this that I don't have a bad time of day, but I like to see all the smiles. You know, and you go down on the field and you see the kids that are just, wow, you know, and that's the kind of thing that that makes ballooning the thing that we all love, is the families that can be involved in it and all of that.
It's so wonderful. There have been so many activities this week and so many yet to come. John will be here with us through all of it. We'll be up here, and we're going to send it back to you guys on the stage.
Thanks, Ruth.
And she managed to keep the microphone from.
She did, yes, yeah.
I
John
understand
is such a great friend. My history with John goes way back, and I won't tell the story, but he knows it. And a lot of what I've accomplished in ballooning is thanks to a little chat that he and his former partner Carol Reimer Davis had with me right here on the field at Albuquerque some years ago. And God
Great
bless
guy.
him.
And that goes back to one of the first times that Ruth interviewed him here on Balloon Fiesta Live. He literally took the microphone and turned the tables
Right.
on her
Yeah.
and started interviewing her. And we just tease him and her about that every single time they get together.
Yeah. Hey, a quick update on the Gnome, the pink
Oh, look, he's
ice
coming
cream
right at
Gnome
us.
coming right at us. Richard Graham out of the UK has sent me an information that says pink ice cream, OBO, as we were saying, was actually Roundtree Random's Gnome shape. It is a soft, sweet ice cream, apparently. So thanks for that update. Yeah, and that's why it's in an ice cream cone at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still
think
think
this is the-
it looks like a strawberry Santa Claus to me. But
Santa Claus and ice cream, they all
Yeah.
go together just nicely.
absolutely. Who needs cookies and milk? Give me a nice ice cream cone. Strawberry is a favorite flavor of mine anyway, so I'm good with that.
I'm a vanilla and chocolate guy, but I could do
Yeah,
strawberry.
no, I'm not a chocolate guy, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Strawberry. If you're going to do ice cream, well, if you're going to do ice cream, really cherry vanilla would be the flavor. Let's just call it what it is.
Basil Booth and Smoky Bear.
Smoky Bear, and unlike Tico the Sloth, it is not Smoky the Bear. It's just
Unless
Smokey
you just
Bear.
want to be wrong.
Well, unless you just want to be wrong, and it's not like Santa the Claus or Santa the Gnome.
Glen the Moyer.
Yeah, right. So just so you know that it is Smoky Bear.
Beth
And,
Wright Smith flying Smoky for us
Yeah,
this morning.
and
That's really the easy way. Just call it Smoky.
Smoky. There you go. Yeah,
Then you don't get caught either way.
absolutely.
Arabelle checking things out with Cymbaloo in the background. Master Yoda standing up. Somebody asked the other day about Darth Vader. We expect Darth Vader on Thursday and Friday for Special Shapes Day.
Okay, now see, I just put in Union Jack for a search, and it says no results found.
Try
You-
red, white, and blue.
Well, but then that's going to bring up a whole mass of
Yeah, because that's becoming
balloons.
the favorite balloon color combination these days, it seems like. Everybody's building a red, white, and blue one, whether it's for the U.S. or for the U.K. Or just because they like those colors together.
Well,
It's
I put
flying
in-
through the top of the screen.
So do I have to do Oxford commas and all that, like red comma, white
no,
comma?
No.
Well, I put in red, white, blue, and nothing happened. So I'm just having issues with your spotting app. Red, white, blue, and search. Aha!
There you go.
But now I got to scroll through this whole.
It's not that long.
It's long enough. The blue's going to be gone by the time I find it. There it is. I was trying to get around to Grand Britannia, Peter George's balloon out of Oxfordshire, and it is the red and blue vertical striped balloon with the white brakes in it, and it does have the Union Jack.
And it's still on the screen.
And it's
just
just
going
to
out the upper
yeah,
left
just
of
to
the
the
screen.
left of the screen there. So, hooray! I got to the spotting app.
There
That's
you
probably
go.
the one and only time I'll use it this week, and it'll work.
Let's see, we talked about red, white, and blue. Right off the top of that corner balloon, there's another red, white, and blue balloon with the Farmers
Yes.
Insurance banner on it.
Right.
That's going to be Rod Baca with cruise control.
All right, so now how do I get out of that? See, I have this, and if I punch it just anywhere.
You should be able to tap right back in the search and type another search
But
in.
what if I just want to go back to all the other red, white, and blue balloons?
Oh,
that I
then you
just
go
had?
back to the button down here that says list.
Ah. Okay.
Smoky Bear coming right over the top.
There is the Seasons balloon. If you're on the field and over toward Main Street, it is purple and has the pumpkin, or the jack-o'-lantern, has the snowman representing fall and winter, of course, And on the other side, you'll see Sunny Boy and the Daisy representing summer and springtime. There was at one time a whole fleet of each of those was a special shape. I think most of those have, I believe, I could be wrong, that most of those have now been retired. But the original Seasons balloon is still flying with us.
For those competitors that are out there, again, the competition starts at 8:30, and the box wins are actually continuing to shift. What was to the southeast on the ground and a few moments ago to the south is starting to go to the southwest.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, and there is some east up high now that wasn't there before. So things are rotating. All the directions up there continue to rotate just a little bit. Just a heads up for the competitors that are paying attention to Balloon Fiesta Live this morning.
As we were discussing earlier, there are some folks out there that are chasing the launch site.
Probably.
Yep.
Ruth Lind is chasing down more interviews for us. So, Ruth, I think you're still up in President's Compound?
We've got somebody with one of the RVers, I think, that are here.
I am. Yes, I am still up here at the compound, and I've caught up with Karen and Hugh Casper, who are here in their RV. Now, I asked them where they were from, and they said...
Upstate New York.
That's not what they said. They said, we live in our RV. So tell me about what that process was like, turning into full-time RVers.
Well, we just started at kind of full-time in a park and then decided this is for us, and that was 2.5 years ago. Sold the house, and we're just traveling the country.
So, oh my gosh, how did you end up here at Balloon Fiesta?
Well, it was on a bucket list for years. So last year was our first time, and we're just going to keep coming every year.
Now tell me about your favorite things. Once you've been here before, so you've scoped the place out. What are some of the things you look forward to coming back?
The different balloons coming in, seeing our friends. We have friends that live here, and just hanging out with the whole experience.
The whole experience. Any favorite spots on the field or in town that you make a point to hit every year?
The favorite spot on the field is right here, watching everything from above. There's nothing like it. I mean,
the balloons.
That's now your favorite spot is right here. That's a perfect way to close it. So we're going to send it back to you on the stage and let Karen and Hugh get back to their balloon watching. Glenn, Art, I hope you're having as much fun as I am.
We are, Ruth.
If not more.
If not more, but that I know from the President's Compound, that's a great view from over there as well. Second only probably to our view here from the rooftop studio.
Yep. The President's Compound, one of 4 or 5 RV lots that we have available here at Balloon Fiesta.
That's right.
And by the way, you can reserve your spot for the 2023 Balloon Fiesta starting in January. So check out the website. I've forgotten the exact date. I want to say it's like the 11th. But early January, and I guarantee you the slots in President's Compound where they are right now,
they go fast.
Will sell out within hours.
And that compound, by the way, is where you see all the RVs just behind the Sid Cutter Pavilion. If you look to the east, at the top of that berm there, that raised area of land, that's where they are. That is the President's Compound. That's why they have such a great view, because they're up really at the level of the tops of the balloons like we are, looking down on Balloon Fiesta Park. And it's a great view from over there. So if you're an RVer, get your reservation in early.
There you can see, that's the camera from up there that we just used. So you can see that they have a great view from the side of the field.
That looks a lot like my niece Courtney's dog, Truly, a little bit.
But there is Cork the puppy, the flying puppy dog.
The flying puppy, yes.
That's the one I talked about, that there is a mini-me of
right,
that we saw on
mini-me.
Facebook.
We saw earlier, and I can see it from our viewpoint here, we saw the new replica Coyote Roadrunner balloon. They've turned it because now I'm seeing the Roadrunner, but a moment ago on the camera we saw a great shot of the Coyote.
Well, that would be from the north camera.
From the north camera,
yeah, it's kind of like the red and green balloon.
Yeah.
Depending on which side you see the balloon
you're on,
from.
you see one or the other character.
Yep.
Exactly.
See, there's the
there's the shot we had earlier, and there's the Coyote kind of hidden by the light pole there at the moment, but he's there.
And there's the Roadrunner side.
Yep. There also goes if you. You know we're not going to split screen. Okay, if you if you widen out that shot a little bit above the Roadrunner, you'll see Betty's Baby Grand, I think is what we finally figured out was the name of it, and that's the balloon with the piano keyboard and the musical staff that goes around it. Keep going, keep going.
It's almost there.
Z out a little bit further. There's the
There's
keyboard
the
right at the
keyboard.
bottom. There's a
There's
great
even
shot
a
of
better
it.
shot, yeah.
Yeah, and if you were to pull that piece of music off the balloon, lay it out flat, you would find yourself singing the tune "Yesterday" by Paul McCartney and the Beatles. That's the actual music that's on the side of Betty's. It's Betty's Baby Grand, and that is Mike and Betty Bowen's balloon, one of my favorites, as I'm grew up with, and I'm a Beatles fan. There's a couple of the on our screens, on the live feed, a couple of the Longleat fleet of balloons brought to us by Andrew Holly. We're looking at the face of Cymbaloo the lion, and we're looking at the backside of Adelaide the koala bear, where you see the words Longleat Sky Safari. That has become now the largest ballooning event over in the UK, and I was honored to be there just a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact.
There's Steggy.
There's Steggy, yeah. That's one of the 20 new shapes that are here for the first time this year.
Yep, out of a total of 120.
Yeah.
Catching up on some things on our feed here. The Sunny Boy and Mr. Winter, 2 of the 4 seasons, are still flying.
Still flying, okay.
Are still
All
flying.
right.
And someone asked about the Gas Balloon Championship. It's actually America's Challenge Gas Balloon event. Their next briefing is at 2 o'clock this afternoon to be able to see if they might be able to get out yet tonight. They have basically today and tomorrow a window to be able to get that event underway. But the next update on America's Challenge will come at 2 o'clock this afternoon. There was a lot of rain around the area last night, so any launch last night, and there was talk of them going off really, really, really early, like 2 o'clock in the morning. But they canceled that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That the wind patterns, the box we talked about a few minutes ago, it has just shifted some more.
Yeah, because now there's a more direct west. It was southwest. It's still the lower layer goes, but you don't have to get but maybe a couple of 100 feet up, and it looks like it's pushing almost straight west. Yeah.
Yeah. Things continue up high. It's
so
still very slow.
My prediction of where the competition pattern coming in, the competitor pattern, is probably now right out the window.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to hold.
Causing more chasing launch sites.
Yeah, yeah. The balloon just crossing over the top of our location. If you're on the field, look toward the Exxon Mobil tent or toward the museum. You'll see the beautiful replica of the Montgolfier balloon. This is a replica of the very first hot air balloon that flew on November the 21st, 1783. Built by Joseph and Etienne Montgolfier, Etienne being the French word for Stephen, by the way. And beautiful blue. It was made out of blue and gold silks, blue, gold, and red. And the artwork on the side.
Larry Nicolay is flying that, representing the Whitaker family.
Yeah, I was going to say that is representing
Whitaker.
Matt Whitaker, who was, of course, one of the original 13. And we were lucky enough the other day to have his lovely wife, Bobby, and their 2 daughters, Donna and Denise, here on the tower with us. Matt and Bobby, great friends of mine for many, many years. I've known Donna for a number of years too. Denise and I are not really, I've not been friends with Denise, to put it, I guess, I don't know how else to say it. I really don't know Denise that well, but Donna and I have been friends for a number of years. But certainly Matt and Bobby have been great friends and used to love seeing them every year here at Fiesta. So it was really a thrill to have a chance to chat with them. And I walked into the museum Friday afternoon, first day here, official day here, I guess. I got here on Wednesday. And their whole entourage were at the museum taking a photograph. And Donna saw me and says, "Oh, come on, come on, come on, you got to get in the picture." And suddenly I was standing there with not just Bobby Whitaker, but Jewel Cutter as well, along with this entire entourage from the Whitaker family, all here for the 50th anniversary. So good to see that balloon in the sky this morning.
You betcha. And our Tiger is getting off the ground as well from the center of the field.
All of my Louisiana fans, LSU fans, Tigers, and I guess Clemson fans too, might enjoy that balloon.
The Spirit of 76 balloon. Jason Gabriel from Colorado Springs was just on the screen, and then there's the Tiger. See our good friend Scott Vesley off the south end of the field, about to fly right over the Gondola Club.
In the Lighthouse balloon?
Lighthouse Business Systems.
Okay.
Here at abqcloud.com. Orange around the middle, purple at the top and the bottom, and the orange pennants. Good to see Scott up there.
How do I get out of that?
What are you in? Tap there. Tight.
Yeah.
Well, what are you trying to do?
Well, I don't know, but I just wanted to get off.
If you don't know what you want to do, I can't help you do it.
I just want to get off that page. I wanted to get to where there's a bigger number of group of balloons or whatever.
So you have the lists down here, so that'll give you the list of what your last search.
Yeah, but that takes me back to the red, white, and blue search, and
Okay,
I'm done
so
with
then,
that.
then put a new search in.
I don't have. Never mind.
We're going to have to do remedial spotter training for you, sir.
Actually, what we need to do is go back to the days when Glenda Watson used to be our spotter on the tower, and have her run this thing for me.
Glenda's here. I saw her the other morning.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, no kidding. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Hi, Glenda.
I ran into her the other night.
Oh, I've not seen her
the other
yet.
morning here. Look who's back on the field. Coca-Cola.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking out on the field, not looking at the monitor.
Yep.
Cool.
She has made it back.
So Marcia has made it back.
Played the deal. She's like, what, 4 launch sites to the west from where she took off.
Okay. Yep. Just about.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go.
And if that were the target, then she would be coming right in over the target. That's where it will be. Competition's supposed to start at 8:30. We've got
So
a
that
number of
means
balloons to get out of.
They either have to get launched or they have to get moved, one or the other.
Or the Moo Crew balloon. I thought that's where you were going.
No, I wasn't going there.
So they inflated Arabelle, and now they are have deflated her and are putting up the small rounder balloon, and we saw the top there. There's Pico, another one of our special shapes.
From Saint Jean sur Richelieu.
It isn't the yellow balloon with the white and the red. Aren't those from St.
Those are from Gatineau.
Okay.
Different event, yeah. Or maybe Pico is from Gatineau and not Saint Jean. Maybe I'm mistaken. I've forgotten.
But 3 from all the way there. Hey, here's a great shot of the tiger right over the top of us.
Yeah, and I'm scrolling through shapes trying to find the tiger, and so far I haven't found him. I'm sure he's in there. I know you wouldn't miss. There he is. Okay. That is the tiger, and the name is just Tiger. Craig Farrell out of Palmerston,
Australia, actually.
Australia, Aruba. Yeah, some of these abbreviations, ACT Aruba.
The country code's got, yeah.
Okay. Predictive
But
spelling got in the way?
Yeah, it did.
All right. I'll give you that one. Anyway.
Too much attempt to automate things.
Too much information.
Yeah.
There is
1,000 pilots and balloons with 10,000 documents coming through. You know, you got to automate some things.
Excuses.
Yeah.
There is Puddles, the one of our family of penguins.
And if
no, I'm sorry, that is Splash.
But right there is Puddles and Tall Steve. They're all in the air together.
Yeah, Puddles, Splash, and Tall Steve are all in the air together. This is the Fly Penguin family, brought to us by Andrew Holly from over in the UK. And let's see if I can get this right now. Puddles was first, and he's the boy. Then there was Splash. She's the girl. And then Tall Steve is their baby chick.
Some baby.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's like my little brother Alan, if I could tell a quick story on him. We take family pictures, and basically all of our family are kind of short and stocky, to be polite about it, I suppose. And he stands heads and shoulders above all of us. And ever since he was a kid, we always used to tease him that we got the wrong baby at the hospital. You know? I mean, because we all have dark features, and he's got blonde hair, and it's like, where did you come from, kid? Yeah, but Tall Steve's kind of that way. It's like, wait a minute, you're already good? He's head and shoulders taller than Splash. And, yeah, my brother just celebrated his 61st birthday on September 28th. So happy birthday, Alan.
There is Yoda. Flying off the south end of the field for those of you over by the Gondola Club. Just went over you, Jay Bird Mason. The teal balloon with the orange verticals and the white diamonds flying for Realty One of New Mexico. He was one of the pilots that helped us in our tribute flight representing Bill Cutter, Sid's brother.
Okay.
Who had flown the Betsy Ross balloon at the very first event back in April 1972. Betsy Ross was the balloon that Sid first brought to Albuquerque when he got the very first balloon with the idea we were going to use this as a decoration.
That was actually the balloon that was inflated in the hangar, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the one in the hangar.
Right.
Yeah. It was one of those, Sid tells the story. I talked to him a few years before he passed, and he told us the story that they were going to have this party for their aviation customers in their hangar.
Right.
They were going to do a World War I theme, and they got the idea of doing a balloon. They actually called up somebody and said, can we rent your balloon? And they said, well, yeah, but it's going to be this much. And Sid thought that was too much money. So he talked to Raven Industries, and they happened to have this one that they could build for him, or they actually had it built. It was the red, white, and blue, gold bunting around. They called it Betsy Ross. Sid flew his plane to South Dakota, picked up the envelope, and brought it back just in time to set it up in the party there. So.
Okay. By the way, just so we clear up the confusion, Pico is in fact from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu in Quebec, Canada. I thought so.
Yep.
Because I actually I had the privilege of going up and flying in Saint Jean some years ago.
You know, our hot air balloon guys, some of them also fly gas balloons. One of our gas balloon pilots, Andy Caton, has his special shape here. We're seeing it right in the center of the screen.
Yeah.
That's Eddie and Rickenbacker with Snoopy up on top of the balloon and kind of the plane theme there as the witch goes up over the top of it. It's one of our new witches. You can see it right there on the screen.
Yeah, but that's not Eddie and Rickenbacker. That is because that's.
Oh no, you're right. That's not. That's the new toy car.
Shapes. Yeah, that's the car with it looks like Pepe Le Pew in the top, as opposed to.
I saw the red and the white and the guy up on top.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. And I just
that's
kind
the
of
toy
agreed,
car.
Yeah,
that's the toy car.
Yeah. And right next to it.
I thought it was surprising that Andy would be setting that balloon up today.
Yeah, right next to it, very quickly, we had a quick glimpse of Duma, the cheetah, which is another of the Sky Safari fleet. And look who's coming at us, as is usually the case. There he is on the screen. If you're watching the feed, that is Tall Steve. Andrew Holly has a habit of trying to, although the cloud hopper is going to maybe bump him out of the way, crossing right in front of him if we widen that shot out just a bit. Coming into view, the red, yellow, and blue balloon is the little cloud hopper. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice there's no basket on that balloon. You can see the pilot's legs just dangling there, sitting in a little swing seat, and a little one-man balloon. There's Simbaloo and Adelaide the koala back in the background of that shot. There's a good look at the cloud hopper.
That cloud hopper is only 25,000 cubic feet.
That is small.
Pretty darn tiny, but it doesn't have to lift, as you said, a
no,
basket.
It doesn't lift a basket, or a lot of tanks, typically just one fuel tank.
By comparison, Tall Steve is 70,000.
Yep.
So.
And it looks like the winds have caught Andrew and going to push him off to the right. Andrew has a habit of he likes to try and buzz us here on the rooftop studio.
And notice they're going to the southeast again.
And they're going to the southeast again. So the winds continue.
So it's shifted back now.
Yeah, but look at Puddles and Splash. They've both gone off to the west, the southwest.
Well,
here.
because they're
at a different
higher.
altitude. Yeah. So still very, as they said at pilot briefing, still very light and variable as they fly by. Quick wave to Tall Steve as they pass by us. So I haven't seen them yet, but isn't it about time for the scoring team to be out there flagging off the
That's what I was just looking to see if they were starting that yet.
Because normally they ask us to help move the crowd. Well, is that an X being laid out there? Look straight down the center of the field. See in front of the yellow balloon?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the target X's.
So our scoring team appears to be laying out the targets. Our field team, if they're putting the flagging out, they're not quite down where we can see them yet.
I see there's a target directly down the center in front of us. There's one
I
to
see
the
that
left.
one, yeah.
Just look to the look toward the red and white cone.
I see a couple of
pylon,
them, yeah.
and there's another X on the ground right there. and there's one, I think, in between by that white van. I think maybe there's a third one out there. That might be a tarp. It's hard to say.
You know, actually, here's a third, another one coming out farther to the right.
I realize my binoculars are down in my car, which is not a good place for them to be at this point.
So I'm also wondering, notice all the balloons that are still standing on the field are all the way over on the east side.
Right.
And so they would be east of the target zone area.
Yeah, that's normally what happens.
What we do with special shapes.
Yeah, if they're not going to fly, then eventually they will walk the balloons over to along the eastern edge of the field, close to Main Street, and they also eventually ask the crowd to move into that area as well, so they can flag off a scoring zone, and then inside that is where they place the targets for our incoming competitive pilots, and
you know what else I see out there? The boat. The boat is out there.
Yeah, it's a lot further away. Normally, it's much closer to us at the south end of the field here. But yeah, you're right. I see the SS Cutter, and I was about to say, if you look at the top of the blue balloon with that big white star in it, is that flagging that I see right there in front of it?
They're probably starting. That would be about the spot they start, and they just haven't got around when we see it.
Yeah, so it looks to me like the scoring zone is going to be much further downfield from us than it usually would be. Because and that would be, I think, so they can allow balloons to land here on the south end of the field.
Farther south, right?
Yeah, once they've come across the target. That would be my guess.
So, of course, our game plan here, and the scoring area is supposed to open in about 15 minutes. Our game plan here is to leave Glen up here on the roof and calling things as we can see as they come by. I am going to take our mobile camera and go down into the target area.
Okay.
And see if we can get you some great up close and personal pictures, as well as help identify the balloons that are coming by.
Gonna go down and row your boat.
Yeah. And when we get down there, we'll confirm exactly what tasks they have available.
Yeah.
Because they did say you can fly the tasks in any order today.
Okay.
So there is more than one task, more than one competition going on. So we'll figure out what those are, and we'll talk more about the Sid Cutter Memorial. And it's not necessarily complicated, but different set of scoring areas that become available to you.
Yeah, and in short, the idea is to get your marker right on the bow of the boat. That's the best score. The next best would be getting it inside the boat. But it is a high risk, high reward, because a lot of pilots, as I think we touched on earlier this week, they go to throw the marker to get it on the bow of the boat, and it hits and slides off.
And then it would be in the water.
In the water, and then it's a 300-foot deep penalty.
But in addition to that, there are a couple of areas designated as islands or the shore. So you can take the easier hit with a longer distance away.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's what that crew that's battling several streamers of white fabric there, I think they're basically trying to lay out what would be one of the islands off to the west of the boat, where if you're in that scoring zone, you're on land, and therefore you get a slightly better score than those that end up in the water, and a 300-foot penalty.
All measured from an X that is out there off the bow of the boat.
Off the bow
Hitting
of the boat,
the
right.
X is technically in the water, so you get that 300.
And that's one of those, like a Gordon Bennett task, where there is an X, and pilots are, especially new pilots in competition, are used to the object is to get your marker as close to the center of the X as possible. But in a Gordon Bennett, the X is not the target, it is where you are measured from. And so in this case, you're measured from the center of the X to the boat.
Yes. So that's
you'll straighten us out on all of those
We'll
details.
figure it all out. We'll be right down there, and usually we always seem to get at least 2 or 3 people get by and drop their markers at least in the boat, if not on the bow. So we'll be there to bring you all of that action right here on Balloon Fiesta Live. And for those of you on the field, you'll hear it as well. And if you're over by the video walls on Main Street, you'll be able to see it from there as well. If you are in the middle of the field right now, it is time to start moving to the outsides of the field. Go east, west, north, or south. You can get all along the flagging on the edges and still be able to see what is happening. If you go to the east, of course, you're close to Merchandise Row, and you still have all those other great hot air balloons up there, and you'll be able to mix in with them as well.
There's a great look at Duma the cheetah on our monitors on the feed. And that is Toby Brown, part of the Sky Safari fleet. Duma, by the way, sorry, not Zuma, but Duma. Duma is the Swahili word for cheetah, just thus the name of the balloon. And it's, I think he's probably just going to stay on the ground there.
So, Mr. Glenn, I am going to head down to the center of the field and get into the competition area, and we'll get moving forward with that.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we're doing a little shuffling up here and a little production stuff up here as well. I'm about to head down to the field. So we're going to take like about a 5-minute break right here. So let's take 5 minutes and we can work that out. I'm going to head down to the field and we will be back in
Actually,
are you ready already?
Yeah, if I can interrupt. I've got a couple of special guests here on the tower, so why don't I do a quick interview with them.
I was going to give you 5 minutes before you started that.
Well,
unless you're ready to do it.
Let's do that, and then I'll take 5 minutes, which will get you downstairs, and then we'll be back and be ready to go more or less.
Okay, then they need to get there now.
Okay.
Because I'm leaving.
Okay. Well, goodbye.
I'll see you from the field.
Don't let the door hit you in the, as you leave. Yeah, I'll do this while you're getting set down there, and then if we're not ready to go, I'll take a quick break, and then we'll switch down to you down on the field. So down in the trailer, we've got a couple of guests here on the tower. If you can give us the interview set camera here. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us here on the tower this morning is Greg, and hopefully I get this right, Principato, and you are the president and CEO of the National Aeronautic Association, which we talked a little bit with Pat Cannon yesterday about the Balloon Federation of America, and that is the National Aero Club for Hot Air Ballooning. The NAA is the parent organization of that. You are the parent club for all of the national aero clubs, for skydivers, for model airplaners, for hot air balloonists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And also, this is, am I correct, this is your wife, Amy?
Yeah.
Okay, and Amy is president and CEO of the National Aviation Hall of Fame.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've got a lot to talk about between the two of you. Now, hold that mic up really close when you're talking because we won't hear you otherwise. First of all, Greg, tell me a little bit about the role of the NAA and your involvement with aero clubs like the Balloon Federation and basically various genres of air sports like hot air ballooning.
Well, I thank you for having us on. As you said, we're the in the U.S., we oversee air sports as the U.S. representative of the International Aeronautic Federation.
Okay.
I won't do the French version, FAI.
Federation Aeronautique Internationale.
Very good.
Which is short for FAI.
FAI, that's right. And so we oversee air sports in the U.S., and we delegate that to, as you said, organizations like the Balloon Federation, the International Aerobatic Club, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, and so forth. And records and competitions and those kinds of things we oversee through those organizations, and it's a real privilege to be able to do that.
So the NAA is actually the arm that represents balloonists from the United States on the international scale. You're like our liaison to the FAI, as we were saying, and yet you're also involved with, how many other types of aero sports are there that you guys are involved with?
We have 7 or 8 other organizations like the Balloon Federation, Model Aeronautics, Aerobatic Flying, hang gliding and paragliding, soaring. Amy's keeping count for me. And paramotoring, then one of our new ones, indoor skydiving, which they call body flight.
Well, that's an interesting thing because one of the things we're going to be featuring here, hopefully tomorrow, we're attempting to do a world record of model ballooning. Now, does that fall into aero modeling, or will this possibly become a new aero sport that might be falling under the NAA's administration
at some point? Well, I see Pat standing over there. I want to get Pat together with the Academy of Model Aeronautics, and maybe we can do something about that.
Okay, yeah,
absolutely.
We actually have, I think we have 84, 85 model balloons and are hoping to get them all inflated and set a world record, a Guinness World Record here tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So, Amy, tell me a little bit about the National Aviation Hall of Fame. Now, the Balloon Federation has its own National Ballooning Hall of Fame, in which we induct obviously outstanding balloonists into, and that's hosted at the National Balloon Museum in Indianola, Iowa. The Albuquerque Balloon Museum, the official name, the Anderson Abruzzo Albuquerque International Balloon Museum, hosts the FAI's International Hall of Fame. The National Aviation Hall of Fame, where does that fall into that, and tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. Well, I'm really excited to be going to see the National Aviation, the International Ballooning Hall of Fame.
FAI Hall of Fame, yes.
Here in just a little while. I'm really excited to see that. The National Aviation Hall of Fame was chartered by an act of the United States Congress in 1962. And our mission is to recognize and honor any people who have made an impact on aviation with their lives' work. So it's not like a one-time event or a small influence. It's somebody who has done something some things throughout their lives that have impacted or changed or influenced or made better aviation with their lives' work.
And I would think the National Aviation Hall of Fame covers all genres of aviation, unlike the BFA's Hall of Fame is limited to ballooning. The FAI's Hall of Fame is also balloonist, but this was one that would be open to people who flew aviation in any type and form.
Yeah, I mean, the really cool thing is that it's aviation, not just for pilots. It's aviation. It could be an aviation artist. It could be a designer. It could be a dreamer. It could be anybody who's done anything. So we're not talking flight deck or, we're not just talking pilots. I think it's unfortunate that when people think aviation, too much focus is put on pilots whenever there's so much more to the breadth of aviation than just the flight deck.
Well, as you say, sometimes it's the development of a new technology that can be applied to an aviation an aircraft of some sort that then provides a new type of aviation or sends us off in a new direction.
Absolutely.
So it's not just, as you say, it's like we say in the Balloon Federation, you don't have to be a balloon pilot to join the Federation, you just have to love balloons. And so the Aviation Hall of Fame, I'm gathering it could be anyone who's made a significant contribution to aviation in any form.
You say it better than I do.
Well, thank you.
You're absolutely right.
Do you need an assistant?
I know, I do. But I mean, it's kind of cool because it's a marriage between Greg and I in so many ways, because the Hall of Fame, we recognize people, and of course the NAA recognizes achievement. So it actually blends very nicely. That's
true. Greg, tell me a little bit. The NAA does offer a number of significant, prestigious aviation awards. Right. Give me a little lowdown on a couple of the more significant ones, because I know Troy Bradley, who is a well-known world record-setting pilot here in Albuquerque, has been honored with the Harmon Trophy, for example. Right. That's one of the many awards the NAA gives. Tell me a little something about the awards program.
Well, you mentioned the Harmon Trophy. A number of the awards, like the Harmon, the Collier, the Wright Brothers Trophy, are in the National Air and Space Museum. So they really, national, international awards. The Harmon is one that's been given over, I think, since the 30s. And as you mentioned before, Troy has won that in recent years or received it. Mm-hmm. The Collier Trophy has been given since 1911 for the greatest achievement in aeronautics or astronautics in the preceding year. This past year, we gave it to the folks from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that flew that helicopter on Mars.
Oh, yes.
So we need to get a balloon flying on Mars.
There you go.
And then we'll give it. And Troy was nominated for the Collier, by the way, the year he also got the Harmon. The Wright Brothers Trophy is for individual lifetime achievement. This year we're presenting that to Eileen Collins, who was, among many, many other things, the first female shuttle pilot and commander, and also an trainee in the National Aviation Hall of Fame.
There was a time, and I think they still do it, maybe the name has been changed, but I'm remembering when the NAA used to recognize, was it called the Elder Statesman Award? And I know there were some balloonists who have received that honor, but I think it's been renamed or what would they call it today? Rebranded.
So we've done that twice. So it used to be called Elder Statesman.
Right.
And you had to be a certain age, which I've long since passed. And now we call it Distinguished. and there are many women who've received it.
Okay.
And so one year, we gave the award to someone named Mary Miller, and a legendary Hall of Fame aerobatic pilot named Patty Wagstaff is also a good friend of ours. Patty called me up and said, "Tell me, how is Mary Miller a statesman of aviation?" So I said, "Gotcha." So now it's statesman or stateswoman of aviation, depending. And so we just announced our new class just a couple of weeks ago, and looking forward to presenting those awards. So yeah, it's really wonderful to be able to recognize that kind of achievement.
That's great. Amy, where is the National Aviation Hall of Fame? Is it a physical place that I can go and visit and see exhibits and learn about some of the aviators, the designers, and those types of people that have been honored?
Yeah, sure. So we are founded and based in Dayton, Ohio, which is the birthplace of aviation.
Sure.
So it makes a lot of sense that we're there.
Okay, wait a minute, back up. Birthplace of aviation. Now, being a balloonist, I'm going to take issue with that because man first flew in a hot air balloon long before the Wright brothers even dreamed of an airplane. But I'll give you that one, so go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
No, I gotcha. I'm sure the Wright brothers would say that they could not do what they did if it weren't for the people that came before us.
Good answer.
So they stood on the shoulders of giants. And just like Neil Armstrong stood on their shoulders, and
absolutely,
we can't do those lifts alone. But we are based in Dayton, Ohio, and I'm not sure how much time we have, so I want to make sure that I take the opportunity to say how amazing it is for the Hall of Fame to be here, and that I love this world of ballooning. Every person I've met has been so kind and so gracious. It's a rich, diverse, talented audience that you have here, many bright, exciting people, and I can't wait for ballooning and balloon aficionados and for people like Troy to be nominated. I hope to see more of a presence by the balloon folks at the National Aviation Hall of Fame, and I'd like to work with Pat and other people to ensure that this happens, because this is aviation. We are seeing the best right here, right now.
It is a unique form of aviation without doubt, and we as balloonists sometimes feel underappreciated, so I appreciate your comments there. And I'm sure now that the lines of communication between the BFA, the Aviation Museum, the NAA, et cetera, that's always the first step, is let's meet each other, begin to talk, and learn about our different interest and shared interest in aviation. And I'm sure it will go further from that.
I say let's get to work.
Let's do it. I want to thank both of you for taking time to come up. One, for coming out to Albuquerque to learning more about our sport, and then for coming up and visiting with me for a few minutes this morning. It's been a pleasure. Are you here for the rest of the week? Is it a quick trip for you? Or?
It's just the rest of the day.
Rest of the day.
So I'm glad we got to see the balloons fly.
Well, I'm glad we did as well. And enjoy the rest of your day here, and look forward to connecting with you through Pat and our organization and Ballooning Magazine, from which I'm the editor for the BFA, and looking forward to finding ways perhaps that our organizations and publication can work together, and broadening that communication between ballooning and the rest of the aviation world.
Let's do it.
Thank you
so
both
much
for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Glenn. Great to see you.
Thank you as well.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mr. Greg Principato, who is the chairman and CEO, president and CEO of the National Aeronautic Association, and Amy Spowert, who is the president and CEO of the National Aviation Hall of Fame. And Art is in position and ready on the field to get the competition underway. I'm going to step away for just a couple of minutes, and so Art, I'm going to toss it down to you on the field. Take it away.
Thank you, Glenn. We are down here right at the boat, the USS Sid Cutter. And as we've talked about this morning, competition is underway. There are actually two tasks that are going to take place today. One, to be able to fly in, drop your marker right on the bow of the boat. That is the best score. We're actually going to measure from this X. You see the fabric on the ground. This is the X, so they'll be measuring from that center of that X to the bow. So the best score will be somewhere on the order of 14 feet or so. As long as the marker is on or in the boat, that is really the best score. If it falls off into the grass, that's like it falling off into the water. We'll measure from the center of the X and then add 300 feet. We joke you could figure that might have been the depth. Now, there are three other parts of this task, and I'm going to step this way. There is some white fabric farther out before you get to the boat. nice big area. You could call that the Big Island, or you could call it the shoreline. That is a scoring area that will be measured directly from the center of the X. So you can see it's farther away, but it's going to be closer than adding that 300-foot score to you. Now, if you fly past the boat and you get to the south side of us, there are two smaller chevrons that represent two islands. Those are also scoring places. If you were to land inside that chevron, that would be like getting your marker on an island, and we would measure directly to that as well. That's all the Sid Cutter Memorial task. That said, there are two X's in the southern part of the scoring area that balloons can fly to as well. Now, the target actually opened about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and we already had 3 balloons come in, and I got a lot of cheers that it looks like there may have been a marker thrown on one of the X's already. So we've already had passes by 3 balloons, and I'm seeing off to the west there's already a couple of more, and there are balloons in the sky. It's going to be an interesting day to see how they're going to get here. As we've been talking all morning, the winds have been shifting, and for 5 or so minutes at the lower piece, it's kind of going to the southeast, but then maybe it's going to the southwest, or maybe it's going south. So balloon pilots are going to have to, one, have a lot of luck to be lined up just exactly the right way to be able to come in and hope that it doesn't change after you've set up a line to come in a certain way. So it's going to be an interesting day watching the different strategies to see how balloon pilots navigate this. There is a lot of steerage up there, but it keeps changing. And so being able to have a plan may not be the right plan 5 minutes from now or 10 minutes from now. So we're going to be out here as we watch to continue. I already see some balloon pilots are starting to come in. There's a couple way off on the west, not close enough to throw their markers, their baggies on the X's or at the Sid Cutter Memorial as well. It also appears that the surfaced winds here are picking up just a little bit for those of you watching out there, and so it definitely, they're going to be kind of sliding by here a little quicker than it was a few minutes ago. But as I look up, I see that there is still lots of steerage going on. You have to go kind of high to go back north and make another pass to get here to throw your marker. Let's turn around this way. Can we go this way over this one? This blue and purple one over here. He's going to have a pass in. This may be Steve Mezzincello coming in, and we'll just kind of watch and see. He's got a good line for the X. He's going to be a little bit too far west, maybe not, of the island as we come down that side. So once they're inside the flagging, they can get all the way down to the ground. They cannot touch the ground without getting a penalty. So we'll just continue to watch. He's going to go right between the island and the X. We'll see which way they decide to throw. There's the throw on the island, not on the fabric, so that's going to be in the water. It'll be measured from where we're standing, the X here, and then 300 feet. There's the throw on the X. That looks really good. So 2 tasks, throwing 2 markers, one in the Sid Cutter, so he'll have a score on that one, and he'll have a much better score on the X down in that corner. So one of the early ones through, being able to throw 2 markers and 2 scores, 1 on each task. So here comes one of our red, white, and blue balloons. We'll watch that one come in. Meanwhile, there are a couple going down the east side almost behind Concession Row. And as I look high, I see a few balloons kind of up high. We'll see if they drop down and make their pass on the field. So competition is underway at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Didn't get competition in yesterday, We have 4 days scheduled. Yesterday, which didn't happen, so we've got 2 tasks today. We have mass ascensions tomorrow, so no competition, and then competition again Thursday and Friday. We won't set the boat out again unless something strange happens. We'll have different targets on Thursday and Friday, and we set up poles. And the pilots will have a ring about this big to be able to attempt to ring that pole. And we have cash available if you're able to ring the pole. Points. After we measure these, points are awarded to first, second, third, all the way down as many people as score. And the overall winner, as well as the winner of the individual tasks, the overall winners will be awarded some pretty big money and some really cool prizes as trophies on Saturday at the awards brunch. We'll record that and then post it for you to be able to see after that happens on Saturday. So, and it would be really cool to say you were the champion at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. We should also point out that the top 20 in any year's competition gets to fly that number banner the very next year. So Zarek Wells, who won the overall competition last year, is flying banner number 1 today. And so that's a good way to know the banner numbers help all of our officials and us as announcers help to identify those particular balloons. We do a lot by color and shape, but when it gets to, if we have to pull a banner number, we're able to do that as well. So here comes a red direction he's going. And we're going to watch and see what happens as he has a very decent line for the boat, putting heat in as he comes by. Marker in hand. There's the throw right in the boat.
Awesome.
Number 171 right in the boat.
And I'm back with you, Art, just so you know.
Towards the back. Great. So one of the early balloons coming by right in the boat. He just threw a marker on the land as well, but the orange marker that is in the boat, great throw. It's not unfurled. I don't know if that'll be an issue. And of course the screwdriver coming down the west side of the field heading your way. They've pulled the blade up because it would be dragging on the ground, frankly, at this point.
Well, actually, I was just going to say I could use that screwdriver up here. I just noticed that one of the arms of my chair has broken and the screw is bent. So it is a Phillips head, so I might be able to use some help from that team a little later this morning.
We'll have to get that screwdriver.
Yeah.
Good morning, Jewel.
Good morning. Good morning. He hit the boat.
Yeah, it's right in there. Hey, Glenn, I have Jewel Cutter up here with me, and she's checking out the throw in the boat right now. Yep, so you got somebody to give a trophy to at the end of it. It's unfurled, so we'll have to see how. I mean, it's all rolled up. Yeah, so we'll have to see what the official ruling is on that.
Well, in the pilot's defense,
we'll see.
In the pilot's defense, Art, if he dropped it from such a low altitude, it wouldn't have had time to naturally unfurl. So maybe there's some leeway there.
World Championships on a deal.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, the screwdriver has just landed here on the south end of the field, having boxed their way back to the field from launching earlier this morning.
I lost a little bit of what you said there, Glenn, for a moment. I was talking with Jewel. She tells me that Sid, in playing this type of competition, actually lost the World Championships one time because he forgot to unfurl the marker.
Well, I was saying, Art, that because the pilot dropped the marker from such low altitude, it might not have naturally had time to unfurl itself. So maybe there is some leeway there. As long as it wasn't banded by a rubber band or something like that, they might consider that okay. That's a judge decision that I'm not sure about.
Yes, totally understand. We can only tell you what the rules say. And then, but yes, our scoring officials will have to make a call on that and see what happens. The Kubitschek demonstrator balloon just went right over the X on the southeast side of the field. Looks like he might be attempting a landing down there in that corner.
Yeah, he is just coming into my view. He just crossed out from behind the screwdriver, which has landed, and is coming down and is going to touch down here in the southeast corner of the field. And I suspect that this area has been kept clear outside of the flagging so that pilots, as we do typically, they allow them to land here on the field once they've crossed the scoring zone.
And Coronado Center balloon is coming down. No throw that I noticed as he came over the targets. Came in kind of high, but he appears to be coming down to land right in smack dab in front of you.
And if that's the blue spiral balloon with the rainbow spiral around it, yes, you're right. They're going to come right down in front of the Exxon Mobil tent, and looks like make a nice landing here. And that always raises
Coronado
the issue.
Center banner is...
Sorry, go ahead, Art.
I was just going to say, yes, the Coronado Center banner is facing me today versus you.
Okay, and I was going to say that's one of the great reasons, one of the great things about having you down there in the scoring zone is because eventually my view from up here on the rooftop becomes obscured by all the balloons landing directly in front of me at the south end of the field here, so we can still continue to cover the competition with you in the scoring zone where you have clear view of what's happening, and up here I usually don't.
So we have a black with the rainbow colors and the diamonds coming in down the west side of the field. And he looks like he's got a great shot for the island on that side. So we'll watch that one come through. I'm not sure I can identify who that is for sure for you.
Well, you know me in the
but
spotting
he's gonna have
chart,
a great
but
throw right there.
I'll try and use your spotting app to give you a hand.
So he dropped very nicely on the island and then through towards the X. So he's got a good score in the Sid Cutter Memorial, and it'll be an okay score on the X as well. And I would point out to you that if you look over the east side of the field, that's where all the racers are. That's where all the serious competitors are. So they are all trying to come in from that way. And you'll be able to see them. We'll watch them as they work their strategy to attempt to get here.
I can't hear anything, and I don't even hear the PA out here. Yeah, I don't hear that. So you want to see if you can call back to somebody and tell them we can't even hear the PA out here, and I have no audio.
So Art, I was trying to find the...
oh, okay.
I was having a conversation with a truck. That's why you may not have been able to hear anything. I had lost power up here on my iPad, so I was trying to use the spotting app to help you identify a couple of those balloons, and my iPad had lost power, so I was trying to solve that issue behind the scenes. That's why things went quiet for a moment. My apologies. I think we've sorted that.
Okay, I thought things had kind of... Yeah, no, I can hear everything fine now.
Yeah, no, I was on the talk back to the truck having a conversation about the power strip up here that didn't seem to be working and trying to get my iPad up, but we've solved all that, so I think I'm back with you.
Good deal. So lots of maneuvering off east of the field with those racers, while this black with the paint drops coming down the top, that old typical Aerostar pattern that many, many, many balloons were made of, you'll recognize?
Yes, I recognize and remember that. They always look like somebody spilled a bucket of rainbow paint on the top of the balloon.
They're going to be they're going to have a great line on the X in that corner. They're going to be pretty far wide of the island in the Sid Cutter Memorial. And there's the throw on the X. Looks good to me. In between the legs of the X. Remember, once our scoring officials get an opportunity, whether there's a break in the action or as the target closes closer to 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock this morning, they'll go out, they'll measure from the center of the X down to the quarter of the inch or so and tally all of those up. The results do get posted to an AIBF results Facebook page, usually by about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we'll hopefully have those as well. Here's this racer coming down the west side, black and white checkerboard that spreads out into the orange and the yellow and the blue and the purple.
I thought for a moment that was
Has
the
kind
art.
of a.
Sorry. One of the things that's difficult is you and I can't control, we can't really communicate that well between us. I thought for a moment that was the R&S Motorsports balloon of Steve Lombardi, but I don't believe it is.
It looks very similar. Here's that windup that we've talked about up there. Nice throw. He did that correctly. Looks like it may be inside the island. And then heat in, vent, get ready to throw the other one. So just a wind up and throw. That looks really good on the X.
Well, while we don't have
great throws.
While we don't have a lot of balloons coming in, why don't you run down again? I know there are multiple tasks, 2 tasks I think I heard you say, in separate targets. Why don't you run that down for us one more time for those that are perhaps just joining us?
Yes, I can do that. So there are 2 tasks taking place out here today. There is the Sid Cutter Memorial task. And so the idea here is we have this boat out here, the USS Sid Cutter, and so it is the perfect place to be of score. In fact, I'm just going to get a little closer since we don't have a balloon coming in. Right here on the bow of the boat, this is the closest you can be to the center of the X, which is literally about 10 feet off to my right. So we measure from the center to the wherever you might be in or on the boat. This point would be the best. Anywhere on the boat is a great score, and we have one marker already in the boat. If it were to fall off the boat into the grass, that's like falling off into the water. And so we would add whatever the distance is plus 300 feet, and that's how you will get your score. Now, as part of this task, there is a big land mass. It's identified by the white fabric that's out there. It's kind of creating a large rectangle. That is the shoreline or the big island. If you put your marker inside there, we measure from the center of the X right into there, because your marker is on land as opposed to in the water as well. So that's a good score. And then back the other side, we've talked about landing in the islands. If you get your marker on inside those, and they're like triangles or kind of chevron types of fabric that's laid out, if you get inside that, that is on the island, therefore land, therefore that's a good score. Anywhere in the grass is the water, we measure it and add 300 feet. That is all just one task, the Sid Cutter Memorial. So as you come in as a pilot, you have to make a choice. Do you go for the boat, which is a pretty small target, but big reward, or do you go for the land masses, easier to hit, not quite the score? And if you miss and hit the water, the grass, then you'll get scored, but there will be an additional 300-foot penalty added to that distance. So you'll be a lot farther down in the scoring. Again, that's one task. In addition to that, a second task, there are 2 X's out here. You can pick whichever X you'd like to throw your marker at, and you throw a marker to that X, and the closest to the center of the X is the best score. So you have your choice. You can throw the markers in any order you'd like, but there are 2 different tasks going on out here today. Glenn?
So judging from that, you and our crew should have water wings on.
Yes, exactly.
Because you're standing in a 300-foot deep lake.
No, we can just walk on water.
Oh, I see. I wasn't going there.
Yep, that would be the way.
So, Art,
well, I'm just watching the. Well,
I was going to ask from your perspective out there, where are most of the competitors coming from? Because there's not a lot of activity right now.
You know, that's a great question, Glenn. I looked to the east, and everybody was up there, and I'm not sure how or where they got up to that altitude. So I'm not real sure. I'm also looking to the east, and you know, we've been watching that fog bank, cloud bank that is very low, and it has gotten thicker and longer. And in fact, there's some clouds now over the tops of the Sandias.
I see that.
So that's something we would call in the weather thing mountain obscuration. So the clouds are actually kind of thickening over on the east side up along the mountains. And we're feeling, in fact, I'm feeling a few raindrops on my face right now as I look up into the sky.
I was about
so we're starting to get a little more of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was about to say the same thing, Art. I'm feeling a few raindrops on my head and in my face here on the tower as well as I was looking up into the sky. And I noticed, too, that fog bank has gotten much longer and thicker, though, again, the northern tip of the Sandias has kind of cleared. You can almost literally look and see that cloud bank. It literally is moving from north to south along the foothills of the Sandias. And I had the Hartzels, one of the Hartzell balloons is way overhead. That's when I felt the raindrops, was looking up high. So some of the racers, some of the competitors must be coming from over in the east to the south, trying to use that high track, but boy, it's really slow.
Yes, but I'm also looking kind of more of a medium height track. They're probably about 800 or 900 feet. There's a regular shaped balloon. I kind of can tell that there's kind of orange and pink at the bottom. It's a zigzag pattern going up. He is almost directly overhead, and he is moving to the east. And that's the only real east that's up there. Tall Steve coming back. He's heading more southeast. So there's still a lot of different directions. You get up maybe 1,500 or 2,000 feet, and the balloons seem to be parked up there. So a lot of pilots trying to figure out what the heck's going on up there and how am I going to get down to the target.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real key this morning because the winds have been changing all morning long. We are, again, feeling some light sprinkle up here, so rain showers may enter into the issue with regard to how long we're able to keep the field open for the competition. And just finding a direction that you can rely on to move you toward the target. As I look up at one of the Hartzels who's directly over our head, he's actually moving now slightly back to the south, ever so slowly, but very, very slightly back away from the target, which is not what you would want.
Yeah, we're having a racer on the far west side, kind of a zigzag all the way up. I see yellow, blue, green, all of those rainbow colors, kind of making a quick descent to see if he can drop in and get here. He may have started that just a little bit too late because he's still pretty high and he's actually still pretty far west. He's almost over the arroyo on the west side, the ditch that's over there.
Yeah, I'm
but
watching
it also
him
looks
here.
like, looking at the flags, that yeah, the flags look like they've turned to directly south, so that little path to the southeast is again changed, at least momentarily. I do have on the very north end of the field, pretty dead center, lime green with butterflies. Who might be able to drop from very high. No rules against that. One of the things that you run into, the higher you are off the ground, the more you have to judge the momentum of your balloon, because the marker will continue that momentum for some period of time until gravity takes over and brings it the rest of the way down.
Well, and if you look, Art, back at the racer, you were just talking about that red, yellow, green zigzag. I'm trying to find him in the spotting app here, and I looked up and suddenly he was zooming back up. Obviously did not like the line he had coming down and has now gone back up to gain some altitude and make a change in his track.
And that is one of those things that we continually talk about with the racers. Because of this more cylindrical shape, they can go up and down a little faster. There was a little distortion as well. And we talked about the lime green with the butterflies. Gonna fly right over the boat, but very high for a good throw. We'll see what they do. There goes the throw out the back. And, oh, right offside. Remember, that's that whole momentum thing coming through. A little wind-up path going down because they come to you and throwing off towards the X. So 2 markers from the green balloon with the butterflies.
And again, Art, I'm just trying to get an ID for you in the spotting app. And I will note, however, that the wind is beginning to pick up. We're certainly feeling it here on the tower, on the rooftop, that we had not felt earlier, as well as still some light sprinkling. So I think we're seeing a little bit of a change in the weather we've enjoyed so far this morning as well.
Yes, we're feeling that same thing down here on the field as well. And you saw how quickly that green balloon with the butterflies came by here. And it was interesting to kind of watch. We talked about that momentum as they came in, and actually they dropped the marker just a little too late. The line was great, but just a little too late. It'll still be, again, measured from here, just 300 feet added to the distance. But 1 in the boat so far, a couple close to the boat. We've seen a couple on the islands, and then a good handful of markers on the second task, which is the X's. And we continue to watch all those balloons to the east and southeast attempt to find a direction to get over here to the field.
Well, our butterfly has landed here at the south end of the field as well, having completed the task, so they are down and safe. I can also tell you there's a shift in the temperature. It's gotten noticeably cooler. Maybe some of that is in part in connection to the slight breeze we're now feeling, but it definitely has turned a bit cooler here on the roof from what it was before. My cameraman just shook his head in agreement with me on that.
I'll echo it from down here on the field. Yeah, between the breeze and the little bit of moisture that seems to be in it, it is definitely cooler down here than it was an hour or so ago. And I have 9:01, which means the target is still scheduled to be open for another 59 minutes. So there's a lot of time. And as John Davis mentioned this morning, there's going to be a lot of patience needed on the part of our pilots to be able to get to the field and throw their marker either or both on the Sid Cutter Memorial task or on the X's.
Yeah, John was spot on
kind of
in
fly
his choice.
Task.
Yeah, I was going to say John was spot on in his choice of the word of the day being patience, because I can imagine right now there are some pilots up there. We've all seen that cartoon, that meme that says patience, hell, I want to kill something. A couple of buzzards sitting on a power line, and that's the way a lot of those pilots up there feel right now. They're not excited about being patient. They want to get down here and get a score.
So we have about 4 or 5 balloons slightly to the northwest that seem to be lining up to be our next group coming through. I see one of the racers basically to the north dropping. There's a more regular shaped spiral who could drop and have a nice line. There's another spiral, more yellow and blue spiral directly above me, kind of a racer one. So, yeah, we've got 5 or 6 that are lining up nicely here for a pass.
Yeah, that racer.
We'll see what if they can fill it.
That racer directly north of the field, he's spot on the center line of the field and is dropping. Looks kind of white. I can see white, blacks, blues, maybe a little orange and red right in the center of some sort of design there. Unfortunately, my binoculars are in the car, so I can't get a very close look at it. But it looks like he's trying to make an approach and is certainly descending to get down into the lower surface flow to make a run to the target.
If I'm remembering correctly and identifying that balloon correctly, that may be Johnny Petrin. And you're right, lining things up nicely and dropping fairly quickly to kind of stay in that get down into the south, because he is lined up very nicely. If he gets a left or a right, that'll mess up his track. People up high are continuing to adjust left and right before they get past the boat and the X's.
Well, I don't have Johnny in that
We
balloon.
talked about...
I'm sorry, in that balloon in the spotter app, although we do have him in a balloon there's no photograph for. But the racer we have him set up in is a rainbow racer.
Yes, and I know that we have we've had 2 or 3 different options for what Johnny might be flying, and we keep moving him around. Like we put him in Beautiful World the other day, and so I may be mistaken, but yes, it's there's kind of like black blocks, vertical black blocks going around at different staggered intervals. It's coming in a little more clearly. It's still kind of a white and maybe a light green. I've seen the picture of this balloon, and like I said, I thought it might have been a Petrin one, but he may not be identified in our spotter that way. You know, there's something else interesting going on down here, Glenn. There is some chase vehicle over in the northwest corner of the field that has set off at least 2 pie balls since we've been out here. Those, of course, are those little black party balloons with helium in them, and they let them go because as they climb, we see the wind's speed and direction at the different altitudes. And I literally have seen 2 of them be let off from the northwest corner. So the ground crew letting those off for some pilot up there or pilots to help gauge what's going on in the lower couple hundred feet of the target area.
And that's not unusual.
So there is
that competitors will send their crew to the target and have them launch pie balls in order to give them a good reading of what the wind at the target site is doing.
Yes, I understand. It is fairly unusual here in Albuquerque. So I don't remember seeing that happen here. Yes, it happens at other competitions all the time. So the spiral coming right in at you, black and white spiral within the rainbow colors, dropped from very high, and the marker is kind of off to the island. It's not really close to an X. And I'm thinking, just based on what I've seen, they may have been told, and I'll have to verify that with the scoring officials, to throw an orange marker on the Sid Cutter task and possibly a blue or another color marker on the other tasks. Because when you kind of land in the middle like that one did here, what do you measure it to? Do you measure it to the center of the X? Do you measure it as part of the Sid Cutter task? What is that going to be? And so I'm going to go verify in just a moment with our scoring officials. But my guess is you were to drop an orange one here on the Sid Cutter. We've got 2 on the ground here. That one that we just saw would be a 3rd one. And in the boat, it is an orange marker versus blue ones or darker color ones that I saw thrown out on the X's.
Well,
so that's the other thing you have to keep in mind. Throw the right color at the right time.
That's true. While you're doing that, by the way, Art, I've identified that racer out there to the north end we're watching. That is, well, if I can get my iPad screen to come back up all of a sudden, I'll tell you. That is actually Hal Cooper in the balloon called Up To It, and he is from Port Hope, Ontario.
Okay.
The balloon is black and white, but also has blocks of light blue, pink, and a very light green in it. So that's that racing balloon that was making a descent earlier, but he seems now to have leveled off at a few hundred feet above the field and is now more to the east side of the field than he was earlier.
Yes, that you described the colors right, so you have the correct balloon. There seems to be just a hint of west in that. It feels like he's coming not quite directly at me, but almost at me. And if you take a look almost up over the pylon, up really high, there's the bright yellow and black mustache balloon of Guilty and Zarek Wells, our defending champion.
Yep, I see him
So
up
he's
there.
attempting and getting himself in place.
And if you look a little further to the west in that rainbow balloon, the rainbow racer below the red, white, and blue themed balloon, that's Johnny Petrin there.
Okay.
He's in that rainbow colored racer that's kind of in that, he's in the center of that group of three. Atop is a red, white, and blue stars and stripes themed balloon. Below him is a blue balloon with a black and white spiral in it. And Johnny's in that rainbow racer right in the center of those three balloons.
Thanks. We've got him spotted. We'll keep an eye on what happens out there. Still lots of maneuvering going up high and to the east as folks continue. And I look up, and 2,000 feet above the ground, they are still stopped. So back to a whole lot of patience going up there. And then when you come down, you better hope you're in the right place. There goes another pie ball from the northeast corner of the field. That's number 3.
Yeah. You know, Art, we've both been here in years where we've seen people like the Hartzels, for example. They go high, they drop down, they come across the target, they don't like their position, so they don't throw, and they climb back up, and they kind of fly that Ferris wheel or that box we talked about. They go up high again, try to adjust their position, come back down again. We've seen them do that sometimes 2, 3, 4 times. I don't think we'll see that this morning. There's not enough speed. When you get over the target and you come down, you better hope you're lined up on it, because there won't be time for a second chance.
No, you have a little bit of adjustment possibility as you come down, but you're right. There's just not the speed back and the time to get back around the other way.
In fact, that racer we were looking at earlier, Hal Cooper, who started a descent down at the center of the field, has found himself pushed all the way to the east. He's literally up over Main Street right now, and I don't know that he's going to have time to find. I think he'd have to go very high to find any west at all and get back over to where he might come down into the field. He may already be out of it just because the clock is expiring against him. Even though we've got quite a bit of time left, it's just the winds are so slow, you're not going to be able to make a lot of different approaches this morning.
I think you're right, but I think he is trying.
He's coming
because
down.
He is climbing slowly. From here, it looks like he's going up, and he's starting to go back to the northeast at this point. So I think he's going to maybe not try and go as high as some of those others and be able to kind of get, hopefully kind of hook around and make some of that turn. But, yeah, we'll have to watch and see. But obviously didn't like the line that was coming in, so is going to attempt to change that. Looks like Zarek in the yellow one is now starting a descent, too, to see if he can drop in.
I think so. Meanwhile, Johnny Petrin has found some east. He's on the west side of the field. He's found some east. Notice that red, white, and blue balloon that was above him is now dropped below him. But they are finding a little bit of east that's moving them toward the center of the field.
Yeah, Johnny's starting to continue to move south. He's pretty high and getting closer to the targets as well, where Zarek still has a lot of distance to play because he's still way out over the he's north of the field. He's probably out there at Tramway or Roy Road almost, where Johnny is definitely over the north end of the field.
And it looks from here,
Again,
Johnny's
that's
beginning.
that rainbow.
Yeah, Johnny's beginning to make a descent as well. He and that red, white, and blue balloon below him are both slowly descending. Johnny is, I think you're about to say, in that rainbow racer just up above there.
Yes, we see them both coming down. The third racer up there seems to be holding altitude, but maybe he'll go to school, as we've talked about many times, on the balloons coming through. Now look what's happening to the red, white, and blue one. He's starting to get pushed west.
Yep.
So they have to drop through that quickly.
Well, and the racer balloon is built to be able to do that better than a round balloon. The racer can fall through a wind shear like that with better stability and with less reaction to the shift that the red, white, and blue balloon has been caught in. Johnny's just entering that wind shear now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, look at how much west the red, white, and blue one has gotten. Johnny's definitely descending faster. You talked about the cylindrical piece, so we'll see if he can get through that. Meanwhile, over on the northeast corner of the field, there is a black vertical with green verticals and he's still got a little bit of southeast. He's not going to get here to the target, but right on the ground, you can go to the southeast.
Well, and Johnny now
and Zarek in the yellow balloon.
I was going to say, look at Zarek.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He is climbing way back high again. He didn't like his line on descent, and Johnny now is caught in that push to the west.
Yes. And he is now almost even with the boat, east-west, flying basically over the west edge of the field. But Johnny is winding up. He's got and he has thrown his marker
out.
And it's in the scoring area.
Wow.
Which, yeah.
And I think, Art, that's an indication of what we were just saying, is that the pilots recognize they've got one shot today. Johnny clearly would normally like to have gone back up, changed his track, come down and made a better try, but I think he realized he only was going to get that one shot, and better to get the marker down and get a score of any kind than to risk getting caught up in the air trying to make some maneuvers and running out of time.
Hey, let's go back to that racer that we watched before, the one with the black checkerboards. Well, there comes a marker from somewhere up there. Was it the yellow one? The yellow and blue zigzag? Okay. But I want to go back to that racer we were talking about before, the little greens and pinks with the black checks there.
Where'd he go?
Just a moment ago. He is almost directly over the POW MIA balloon, probably about 900 feet or so.
Oh, I've got him.
Right now he's stopped, but when I started to talk about him, he had a track back to the north, and it was actually fairly quick. And I thought if he could stay there, he could get back north. He's still going to be on the east side, but he found something in the middle there.
Well, if you look up high over Main Street, again, up above the POW MIA balloon, you'll see Texas Twist, our G-Daddy, Sam Edwards, the late Sam Edwards balloon flown, I think, here by Tomas Hora and Mark Sullivan, and they're beginning to make a descent in that balloon that is red with the yellow and blue spiral. But it looks like he slowed the descent now. He was coming down at a good rate just a few moments ago. Now he seems to have slowed down, but he's out east right up over Main Street. Meanwhile, you've got a racer dropping into the center of the field here. Reds and green, or green, well, wait, shades of green, shades of red and pink on one side, surrounded by black. He should be almost right over you, though I think he's ahead of the balloon.
Right? Yeah, he is. He is absolutely directly over us, kind of keeping an eye on that, as well as the racer with the arrows on it.
Yes.
Here comes the marker from the other one that you just talked about. And you can see how far that marker, in fact, there's the second marker.
There's the dark blue marker,
so
the
the
second
orange one drift. Yep. But you can see how far that marker traveled. With the balloon moving as quick as it was, the marker travels just as fast. And so he was actually south of the boat when he let the orange marker go. And so it drifted quite a ways south. It almost needed to drop it probably 5 to 6 seconds before. And I do see G-Daddy coming in. He's going to be over the eastern part of the field now. Zarek has got himself moved over. Yeah.
Yeah, Zarek got moved over and has a pretty good line in the center of the field right now. The question is, will he slide east or west as he's now beginning his descent?
And you know, some phenomenon that tends to show up here on this field, we've seen it year after year. They come in from the north, they get to the field, and at some point on the field, they seem to split this road. And if you're on one side of the road, you go west, and if you're on the other side, you go east. And actually watching G-Daddy go east, watching Johnny Petrin and the red, white, and blue balloon that was with him go to the west as they came down. Yeah, so now we need to watch Zarek and see what happens. Do you go east or west when you drop into the field? But I think he's on his run. He's on his pass.
I think so. I think he's made his adjustment to get to the center of the field, and now whatever he gets is what he's going to get.
And watching Zarek, he's not getting east or west as he comes down.
Well, he is in a racer, and that allows him to fall at or descend at a more rapid rate, and they're not as susceptible to wind shears as we were talking, although Johnny did get caught in that push to the west. Well, I don't know, Zarek's slowing now, kind of stopping his descent. Let's see what he chooses to do. Is he going to stay there, or is he going to go back up?
He's still a little bit north of the, right on the edge of the field, so he still needs to be at that minimum 75 feet for just a few more moments before he can drop down lower.
And I can see that pylon to the left in the northwest corner, so he's at legal altitude. So that's probably why he stopped his descent, because he's not into the target zone area yet.
Yeah, and he's just now starting that descent back, and I think he's now crossed this side of those pylons. And there was a hint to the east, but even that seems to be going away. Zarek, of course, we've mentioned, the defending champion here at the Balloon Fiesta, has been really concentrating his flying skills on competition.
Well, he's just back from being part of the team that represented the United States at the World Championships in Slovenia.
Yep.
He did get a little bit of a westerly push. Not much, but he has drifted slightly west toward the boat. Looks like he's got a pretty good line.
He does. And we should from here, look, we can keep an eye on him. It is really fun to watch. There's a pull on the vent. There's a burn. There's a pull on the vent. Oh, there's a quick wave to everybody. Everybody's got it figured out. Another vent, another burn. Back and forth, back and forth. He's flying that, and we can see the special 2021 Balloon Fiesta champion banner on the side of his basket as he comes through.
We have a great shot of him on the feed right now.
Come on, man. And there he is. There's the throw.
Oh! Oh!
That is exactly what we've been talking about. Right to the bow of the boat. If it had stopped, it would have been great.
But it
bounced and slid off.
Oh, my gosh. I'm heartsick for Zarek.
The groan with all the folks out here, the photographers, the officials, etc. Everybody just, the collective groan that went up out here.
Oh, too. He worked so hard and just had played it perfectly. What great piloting. And just the marker caught him.
Yeah, well, a little far there. You had to put a little distance, a little speed on it.
Yeah.
And, hit it, bounced right off. But like you've said multiple times, high risk, high reward, but other side, you know, you also have the potential of sliding off. And so, I mean, that's really, I mean, he's like 10 feet from the center of the X. So his score, his distance will be like 310 feet.
Yeah.
So about as close as you can get and still be with that 300.
But what a great job of piloting. I mean, to make the maneuvers he did and to get into that position. Kudos to Zarek. Great, great piloting.
He did. And so now I'm looking back to the north, and I see another racer who's probably paid very close attention to what Zarek did coming through, and now he is dropping down. He's a little bit farther east than Zarek was, but we'll see if he can get some west. He's coming down fast enough that he's kind of doing a little distortion, a little tick-tock there, even in the racer's shape. But that'll be the next one, I think, through. Meanwhile, there's still a parking lot up over the east side of the field as those balloons attempt to figure out how to get here.
Well, and we're not quite to 9:30, 9:23, so we still have a half an hour, a little over, opportunity for pilots to get to the target.
The other one we're going to want to keep an eye on, I think there is a blue and white checkerboard racer that's still pretty high, pretty far out to the north. But he seems to be trying to line up as Zarek did. I'm just amazed by there goes the fourth little pie ball going out of here. I have never seen that many pie balls go out at a competition here at the Balloon Fiesta.
Well,
competition, heavy, serious competition I expect, but here at Balloon Fiesta, I've never seen that here.
Somebody serious about wanting to win this year then.
Obviously. Here comes a windup from above in this racer. That marker is loose. And kerplunk in the water.
Is that a technical term, kerplunk?
Kerplunk. I think the idea there is to go for the land mass out here, that big, more safe area that you can throw that marker in. But again, he managed to get pushed to the left. There's his blue marker on the X, and that's not too bad. Looks like it from our vantage point, just a little bit out of the legs of the X. So we do have a regular round balloon that's over on the west side that's been doing some heavy maneuvering. It's got the yellow zigzag going around the center with the dark colors, the red and above that. But he just got caught in that west we talked about before. Boom, all of a sudden got caught in that, and he just all of a sudden picked up speed. It's that same layer we saw Johnny Petrin and that red, white, and blue balloon that was up there with him. They both got caught in that. This round shape just picked it up as well. Not only did it change direction, but it changed speed drastically, fairly dramatically, I guess. But he continues to come down, and he might actually be getting back this way. So we'll have to watch this round one. Again, it's not a true zigzag, but it's that diagonal pattern of a Barnes or a Firefly. Big windup. There goes through the blue marker out there of the field. And another windup. Somebody pulling on the vet while the other person in the basket has the windup. The windup stopped. There goes the windup again. Hits the crown line. And drops between the island and the X. So that black and white and blue checkerboard that we saw out kind of rode that a little bit farther to the east. I'm wondering if he's now planning on that little direction we just saw happen with the round balloon. And he's starting his descent as well. Looks like there might be some red with that white.
There is.
Checkerboard pattern.
Yep.
With the gray skies, the colors are not popping bright. It makes it a little more difficult to identify some of the colors. Cosmic Crisp going to make a pass down the west side. Steve and Cindy Wilkinson with Cosmic Crisp Apple, one of our special shapes. And I'm looking at the flags on the berm on the north end, and they have definitely shifted to be blowing towards the southeast. So that one layer that went southwest did seem to be on the west side of the road. And it's not there for the racer that we're watching with the black and white checkerboard, zigzag, pink and blue.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is one of those folks that flies, excuse me, a different balloon at some point in competition, because I've searched blue, red, white, blue, red, black, blue, black, pink, everything I can find, and I'm not finding a picture of that racer in our spotting app.
We had a number of balloon pilots show up with at least new to us balloons at registration. And a lot of times they brought in the paperwork, you know, the airworthiness certificates, registration, annual, all that, but they didn't bring us a picture.
Right. Because I've been searching for several minutes now for that particular balloon, and I'm just not. Ah, there it is. I did find him. I was
going to say, try Blue Racer, but you found it.
Well, I should know that balloon, unfortunately. That is Dr. Bill Bussey out of Longview, Texas, and the balloon is called Yin Yang. It's kind of a sky blue, and it has a sort of spiral stair-stepped black and white checkered pattern, but on one side is kind of bounded in a greenish yellow, on the other kind of a reddish orange. But that's who that is. That is Dr. Bill Bussey out of Longview, Texas.
And you notice that he has now caught the push to the southeast.
Yep.
And he will be over Concession Row.
Now you've got this other round balloon above you that's red and orange, yellow with what looks like a, what is that, a parrot or a...
I think it's a parrot.
Looks like they're beginning to make a descent. Now they're further inward on the field than Dr. Bussey was. Dr. Bussey climbing back up again.
Yeah. Yeah, the yellow one with the parrot actually kind of going almost directly south, maybe even a touch to the west, where watching Dr. Bussey climb back up through the altitude of the yellow one with the parrot.
Yep.
The marker's out for the parrot balloon. Kind of waving it. There's a little wind up.
There it goes.
He's already south of the boat. Yep, it's out. Not necessarily close to the boat or the land. There goes his second marker. But as you mentioned earlier, definitely in the scoring area. That will get points. the way you win the overall championship here at Balloon Fiesta, and frankly, any other competition, is to be able to score at some level in every different task.
I was going to say,
the more consistent you are, the higher you will place.
Exactly. I was going to say today is clearly shaping up to be one of those days where any score is going to be a good score because not that many are going to score. I think Dr. Bussey went high hoping he would get a push to the west, but it hasn't happened. He's coming directly toward us here on the rooftop now. Kind of waiting to see. It's a little too late for him to descend and try and land, although he is now beginning to descend just a little bit. I thought maybe he was hoping he might get that push to the west and be able to get over and drop a marker, but looks now like he's just going to have to fly on.
He may be able to drop south of the field, to drop in by the museum or by our glamping folks down on the south side. So there's, and actually the RV and parking lot on the old Balloon Fiesta field is down there, and there's some room down there as well to drop in.
Yeah,
there's a couple of balloons that I see have landed in there.
Yeah, the Parrot, meanwhile, has landed just here in front of corporate hospitality. Yeah, Dr. Bussey just flying directly overhead of us now, going on to the south.
So that huge pack of balloons that has been directly east of us is now slowly managed to get a little bit northeast of us. So they're still up there trying everyone's patience, probably theirs most of all, as they continue to try and get to that north. The question is going to be, is there still any west up there to get over here to be able to drop in and go back southeast over the targets?
Well, and the other question is the tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock of the clock. We're now at like 9:34, so time is becoming an issue too. It's not critical yet, but it is working against these pilots.
I see the U.S. Bank balloon up there, seems to be finding a little bit of west. Nick Donner is flying U.S. Bank today. Scott McClinton had to run back to his home in Kentucky, I believe. So Nick Donner is flying the U.S. Bank balloon today. And I see one of the Hartzels starting to make a little bit of a movement up there as well.
Also in that general area up there is Sherry Edwards-White. I see her racer beginning to make a little bit of a descent, and out in front of Nick as we move inward to the field is the Pro Football Hall of Fame balloon, that red, white, and blue football racer. Meanwhile, Art, back to the north, is that not Mark Sullivan's racer up high, the red racer with the black, white, yellow, red, and orange kind of spiral around it? Isn't that
I believe
storm
it
warning?
is, and he should. Yeah, because his big one is code red, and the racer is yes. There's another racer kind of closer in than Mark, yellow at the bottom, and then the splash of orange into the blue. He will. Well, I hate to predict because things keep changing here. But we can watch both of those. And then there's a third racer that's even a little closer in and about the same height as the yellow one.
That's
and there's maneuvering going on between those three.
Yeah, that one is descending. I was about to point that one out. That's kind of a red, orange, and yellow, but it's got a blue and white shaded spiral around it, maybe some purple in it as well. Again, the colors are kind of hard to see because of the gray sky this morning.
But those look to be the next three to watch. There's a couple of more regular shapes kind of far out to the northwest that may have a pass. And the Pro Football Hall of Fame balloon seems to finally be getting a little west, as well as a couple of the others that are in that pack. So we're going to get another set of pilots and balloons coming through here in a few minutes. Watching all three of those racers, Mark Sullivan's, the yellow one, and the spiral one. The spiral one's going to have to throw from fairly high. Oh, it looks like he just caught that west.
Yes, he did. He's moving far to the west now. That yellow racer you're watching, Art, that is Wild Child, and that is Trent Caldwell from right here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, flying that balloon.
Okay. I don't usually see him fly his. He did throw a marker that we saw drop just out there. I saw it basically hit the ground.
Well, all three are descending rather strong now. Mark Sullivan also descending out there further to the north. All really coming down almost in unison, it appears, from here on the roof.
Well, we talked about going to school, pay attention to the balloons that are flying around you. And if they look like they've got a great line, then you need to get on it with them. So we've got this yellow, the yellow racer now coming in, much more center on the field. Mark's line is still pretty good. He needs to get through and not get caught in that west.
He's sliding west now as I'm watching him. And meanwhile, Wild Child, again, Trent Caldwell, is really getting down low. Looks like he should be ready to throw a marker soon. We're actually watching him on the feed now, Art.
So a marker out, or at least in hand. Here's the windup. Don't wait too late. He's gone past the boat. Heads up, coming right down in the middle, right behind us. One of those momentum deals again. The way we're moving, the speed the balloons are moving, you have to let go of the marker before you get to the target. It's not going to get back there behind.
There's Trent Caldwell's second marker, looks like.
Looks good on the X. I keep looking for the wall that comes down this road out here, because I swear that there's a funnel up there or a divider up there that if you come down on the west side of the road, you're going to go west, and if you come down on the east side, you're going to go east.
By the way,
Mark's going to make a liar out of me.
By the way, Art, I just got a quick handy identification. The Pro Football Hall of Fame balloon is being flown by pilot Joe Zavada, but that is our Balloonmeister, Henry Rosenbaum's balloon.
Yes, I got that note as well. I'm hoping that Joe will get down here, and then I was going to kind of go ahead and talk more about that, but we could certainly mention that.
Well, I
Mark
thought,
actually is on the west side of the road and coming east.
Yeah, I thought it was worth a plug since he's flying the Balloonmeister's balloon, and Joe's a very good friend of mine and a great contributor to Ballooning Magazine. So, he'll get down here.
Yep,
I know Joe.
sure.
He'll get down here.
Well, he's kind of leading that pack of balloons that continue to stay off the northeast side of the field.
And
if they were moving, he would be leading it.
Yeah, and one of the balloons that's falling into that kind of line up there is that racer we talked about early on that has the blocks of black with the pink squared centers, the shades of blue in it. I forget the ID, but we watched him for forever thinking he was going to make a run, but he didn't. And now he's back up there right beside one of the Hartzels.
So Mark has a very good line on the boat. The red racer with the black and white spiral checks going up.
Got his marker out and in his hand.
Marker in hand. He's got it all wadded up. Boom, in the boat.
All right. Well done, Mark.
Good job, Mark Sullivan. So now he's getting his other marker out to see if he can get the X as well. He's got to use the wind-up pattern to be able to get to the X with that marker. Got a burn, there it is, bounces in pretty close to the center of the X.
Looked like a pretty good throw from up here.
So we could take a look here. This is Mark's marker. The tail is coming off, but the weighted part, which is the part that counts, inside the boat and actually closer inside the boat than that very first one that was never unwrapped. So even though they'll have to have that judgment there, Mark would be, if everything else works as well, Mark would be in the lead to win the Sid Cutter Memorial at this point in time.
And Mark did
good
not.
Good job, Mark.
Yeah, and Mark did not suffer the same fate that Zarek did, because Zarek got not in the boat. He got on the bow of the boat, which would have been the ultimate score, but it bounced off.
And actually, what Mark's marker actually kind of hit the inside. It was down in the boat, but it hit the inside and basically stopped it so that it didn't continue on out like Zarek's did.
Right.
So, in fact, I almost thought if Mark had thrown probably 1 second later, he would have missed. It would have gone right outside the boat. So it was that close to do that. But he played the momentum nicely, and it dropped in, and he is in the lead, if you will, to win the Sid Cutter Memorial Task here at Balloon Fiesta. And we are down to 17 minutes left in this competition.
Well, I suspect we're going to see that whole group that you talked about. Joe Zavada was leading up there, and Joe is right over the center of the field now. I think we're going to see him make a run, very soon. And a lot of those others are going to have to make up their mind to try and get down, maybe get caught in that western flow that we've seen some people get caught in. If they drop, that might push them in toward the center of the field, and at least they can get a marker down and get a score, rather than, because I was told by Bruce Bussey years ago, flying in down in Natchez, Mississippi, you can't score with a marker in your pocket. You got to get it on the ground and get it near a target.
Exactly. Back to that one we've been watching all morning here. He's dropping again, the one with the blacks and the pinks and the greens.
Yep.
He's dropping again, but it seems like he's getting a nice push off to the southeast.
He is. He's going off to the east toward the mountains. Another one that dropped down along with him is a kind of a sky blue racer with a white X and a bit of yellow in the center. And he's also now, where they were lined up behind Joe Zavada, they've decided to descend, but they're being pushed to the east. And now that other racer we've been watching, he's going back up. I think he saw the mistake he made, and he's going to try and climb back up and get back in that line that is moving very, very, very slowly to the west, that Joe Zavada continues to lead in the Pro Football Hall of Fame balloon.
Joe is coming up. Yeah, he's almost there. There is another racer to the west of Joe, probably as high, if maybe about the same altitude. From what I can see, it's a black and white spiral, like every other racer it seems to be. But he is up there. Those two could throw from pretty high. I've also been watching Eric Greenwood, the regular shaped balloon, yellow with the red New Mexico silhouettes on them. And he was trying to follow Joe in the Hall of Fame balloon over, but all of a sudden Eric seems to be going back to the east. So if Joe drops in his Pro Hall of Fame balloon, I think he's going to have to make a pretty quick drop through all of those layers to continue on down to get here to the boat.
Yeah, Eric is definitely sliding east as he is descending. That other racer, by the way, that's above you, the black and white spiral, that is Steve Lombardi in the R&S Power Sports balloon. I can see the banner from here. You probably can't.
Well, I see something that appears to be a banner, and so that lines up perfectly. So, yep.
Yeah, that's Steve Lombardi in his new balloon.
Yeah.
So he and Joe Zavada are up there together. Eric is falling way off to the east as he descends, as is that blue racer with the blue and white X or cross from top to bottom and a little bit of yellow in the center. He's way out, actually probably right over Main Street, maybe even a little closer to the President's compound, sliding far to the east as he drops. So you're right, if Joe and Steve Lombardi are gonna do a dive bomb into the target, they're gonna have to fall pretty rapidly to fall through those wind shears and not get pushed off.
So while we wait for the other balloons to make their pass here in the last 12, 13 minutes or so, our scoring team is actually already starting to do the measuring here. So all of these markers have a number on there that corresponds to that pilot. And so they measure to the nearest part of the weighted part of the marker. They measure to that. And that's where they're going to count that score. Now, of course, they're measuring from the center of the X. This being an orange marker, it is the Sid Cutter Memorial Task. It is in the grass, as you can see, so that this distance will then have the 300 feet added to it.
Well, if you
those that are in the boat, Mark Sullivan's in the first one, no extra added. They'll just measure from the center of the X to the weighted corner of that marker.
If you look back up, you'll see that Joe Zavada and Steve Lombardi have both begun their run. They've both started descending down toward the target zone. Steve seems to have stopped his descent for a moment. Joe continues to come down.
So we'll watch and see. Do they get pushed east? Do they get pushed west? Do they manage to descend through it and continue moving south? We'll just keep an eye and see what happens. Look at how far Eric has come in that yellow balloon with the New Mexico silhouettes.
Way off
he
to the
had
east.
that east direction. Now but now that he's dropped lower, it has turned south. So you can bet that Steve and Joe up there in their racers are watching what happened with Eric's descent, and will be making plans to get through that, knowing that there was an east up there that they better get through quickly, or they're going to end up too far to the east of the field.
Well, and Joe has just stopped. He literally has put the brakes on and has stopped. Steve Lombardi paused for a moment, but he's descending again, coming down to Joe's altitude. But Joe is literally just stopped in the air. Let's see if Steve continues to descend on past him. Looks like he will.
Joe might have just a little bit of southwest there. You're right, he's just stopped his descent. And actually, Steve's getting that same push to the west as well. Remember, that's been there throughout the morning. So they're going to play that little bit of west, I think, because they are slightly too far east at the moment. And we saw Mark Sullivan come in from the west side. So knowing that you now have to play the winds, you need to get west of the road, west of the boat, so that when you come down lower, you come back east right over the top of it.
And Joe is just now
Steve's
on his way back.
to come down.
Yeah, Joe's on his way back down, by the way. Steve is pushing to the east now.
But he's still, Joe's trying to ride the west, which is a little bit higher. Steve's got his marker out. He's doing the windup. He's going for the big landmass. Again, go for a score. Get a score today. He's in the target area, not in the land, but he does have his orange one down.
Joe's coming down.
Joe in the Hall of Fame is now making, he's making descent.
Yeah, he's coming down rapidly now.
Trying to push through that east. Steve's going to throw his second marker on the X while we watch Joe come through. Put some heat in, get the marker out, wind it up, let it loose. Oh, just outside.
Oh.
But he's going to have a great line over the X if he can find the other marker now. And he should have a great throw on the X right there. The scorer's getting out of the way.
He's got the marker out there.
Able to just kind of toss that right down, bounces on the center of the X.
Joe Zavada in the Pro Football Hall of Fame balloon. Well done, Joe. Steve Lombardi coming down to land now in the RNS Power Sports balloon here along the east side of the field. Nick Donner in the U.S. Bank balloon art is up high above you right now, and so too there is Johnny Petrin. Now Johnny already dropped a marker, didn't he?
He did throw one as he went by. I don't know if you have a shot of Joe's marker here as they measure that. You can see even the tail of the marker is literally in the support of the boat.
I
it
see
is that close.
Yeah.
That's one of those that 1 second later he would have been in the boat. But you know, you get, I got to get there. I got to get this marker thrown. I don't want to throw it too late. And so, and he used that wind-up method that we've talked about. So it's kind of like you have to let go at the right part of the rotation. And if you don't have the rotation timed right, yeah, so close. So I have less than 7 minutes left on my watch.
Yeah,
when we get to the 10 o'clock closing of the targets, we'll set some smoke off down here on the field so that all the pilots in the air can see that the targets are officially closed. A number of folks that are up there, their patience is being worn thin.
You almost wonder who might just drop a marker from up there and take a chance.
There's probably about 10 balloons up there that if they dropped from where they were, they would be in the scoring area and would be able to get some sort of score. Our scoring officials are definitely going to get their steps in today, going to all edges of the scoring area to be able to measure, find the markers, get a measuring tape to them, get that recorded.
One of those that I think maybe, you know, as you say, might not be a bad idea to just drop from where he is, unless he makes a maneuver toward the target, would be pilot Bob Pulaski. Bob is from Pineville, Louisiana. His balloon art is yellow with blue squares in it, and then the vertical red gores every few gores apart. He's up over the center of the field, but moving slightly to the southeast, it appears, from here.
Yes, we got eyes on that one, and you're right. He could probably wait, another 30 seconds or so, and be able to drop in nicely.
Nick Donner, meanwhile, is beginning.
With the marker, that is.
Yeah, Nick Donner making a descent. And notice the U.S. Bank balloon beginning to deform a little bit as Nick is putting that balloon into a strong descent, trying to get down to the target, as now the clock is ticking on these guys. Sean Rea in Solaire is also in that group that's high above, as is one of the Hartzels.
Look at, step this way, Tom. We're so close into the center of the target here. We're dodging the measuring tapes out here for our scorers that are getting in the way of them. Well,
you're going to be dodging.
Nick in the U.S. Bank balloon making it.
You're going to be dodging baggies here in a minute.
Looks like a pretty good descent.
Yeah, you're going to be dodging baggies.
4 minutes by my watch. Yeah, there you see the difference between a regular shape and a racer shape as you come down through the different wind speeds, those shears, and a little bit, and see how much Nick coming through that push to the west, tried to move through it quickly and hopefully get that turn back, which seems to be happening. So he got through that west pretty quickly, continuing to come down quickly, and now coming back to the east, putting a lot of heat in that balloon to turn it around and stop it without hitting the ground. It's slowing. It's slowing. Look at that. Nice save. Now pull the vent line so that it doesn't go over. Nick Donner taking that same tact, come in from the northwest and come across south. And there's the throw. Oh, and just outside. Nice shot, nice try by Nick Donner in the U.S. Bank balloon.
There is a racer making its way down now just to the center of the field, Art, just above the U.S. Bank balloon. You can see probably from your vantage point the big yellow diamond that is outlined by reds and blues. That is Bubba Cliver. The balloon is called Bubba Balloon. Bubba's here from Louisville, Texas.
And just above Bubba, the blue with also big yellow and the words "The Racer" across. That's kind of making a dive in. There's a Hartzell balloon making a dive in.
Yep, Solaire with Sean Reyes is going to be coming
is over
down.
the top. I have 90 seconds left by my watch.
I can see Sean
Reyes. A big wind up from Bubba.
Sean Reyes winding up as well, up above. There went his marker. Sean's marker's out.
Okay. He is south of the boat. The Racer with the words "The Racer."
That's one of the Ultra Magic balloons.
Dropping
I don't know who's flying it. Sean Reyes' second marker is just out. It's on its way down. There goes Bubba Cliver's second marker.
The Hartzell balloon dropping in is the one with silver on the stars.
I've got less than a minute to go.
My watch says 30 seconds, so. Whose watch? So 15.
Hartzell's got
9,
a marker out, winding
8,
up. There's Hartzell's
7,
marker down.
6.
Here comes
5,
Hartzell's second
4,
marker.
3.
Both Hartzell
2,
markers out.
1. The marker is out. Time is up. Just off the bow.
Hartzell got both markers
the smoke
out.
Is out. And here comes Johnny Petrin on the west side of the field. But boy, what an exciting competition, especially the last few minutes here, as folks continue to make those last minute get here, get a score. As we said, as you mentioned, Joe Hartzell got his markers out. They were talking up here that as long as the marker was out of the basket when time expired, that it would count.
Yep.
And so within the last 15 seconds, Joe got those markers out. Looks like Johnny's going to throw for us anyway. There it is, and just shy. Yeah, Johnny could say, well, I got there. Their watch was off. His watch was off. That'll be his excuse.
Yeah, yeah.
Smoke was out. Yeah, there's no question about that. You could almost see by the way that Johnny was throwing that baggie. He was well aware of it, and one of those little pieces of disappointment. Dang, if I was only there a minute faster, a minute sooner, we would have been there. Yeah, and we've got a regular round shape black with the rainbow blocks around the other. You know, there'll be a couple of these guys that'll probably still drop their marker in here just to say I dropped, even if it was out of time, not scored, none of that stuff. Sometimes it's the only time you get close to the target and the X, and so you go ahead and drop it anyway, knowing that it's not going to count and not going to score.
It's called practice.
Yeah, Yeah, you know, if you get close, I mean, you know that as a pilot, I do too. Anytime you can see the X, it's a great day. And when you can throw on it, it's a super great day.
That's
And
right.
if you get to the target, then everything's fabulous. So what a great morning we've had here at Balloon Fiesta. What started out with a little bit of rain, had a number of folks concerned about whether we were going to get any flights in, much less the competition, has turned out to be just a fabulous day. Mark Sullivan appears to be the winner of the Sid Cutter Memorial Task. A number of baggies and markers thrown on our X's as well. But if you got a marker in the scoring area today, you're on the top of the leaderboard since we had no competition yesterday. 2 more days of competition on Thursday and Friday. If those who scored today can score again on Thursday and Friday, then they will be the top group at our awards brunch on Saturday. Great prizes, lots of cash, and of course Thursday and Friday also our ring toss competition as well. As far as the weather goes, the weather guys tell us that this storm, these storms and things that have been here should start moving away. That we're going to get just a little bit more of this throughout the afternoon, but the rest of the week starts looking a whole lot better for ballooning here at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by ExxonMobil. So I think, can wrap it up on the field here. I'm going to head back, and we're going to be able to continue to talk to the folks on the field, but we're going to let our stream folks go. So go ahead, Glenn, and wrap us up on the stream, and then we'll talk to the folks on the field a little bit later this morning.
All right. Well, thanks, Art, for the on-site reporting there, the eyewitness reporting. And just a reminder for the folks on the stream, of course, tomorrow morning and on the field. Tomorrow morning, we change back to a more mass ascension type of program, being Wednesday midweek. Tomorrow will be our mass ascension off the field, our Flight of the Nations flight. We take a pause in the competition, so we go back to our routine of everyone launching off of the field here, and we honor all of the, I think, 18 to 20 international nations that are taking place. And then that's the third day on which we have only a morning event. No events tonight or tomorrow morning, unless, of course, we get an update from the America's Challenge gas balloon race and their intention to launch. We'll keep you updated on that through Balloon Fiesta social media. So Flight of the Nations and a mass ascent off the field tomorrow morning. Then we move in back to the 2-a-days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have morning flights. Thursday, Friday are our special shaped rodeos. Thursday and Friday evenings, the special shaped rodeo glodeos. Saturday morning, of course, another mass ascension, and that brings back the Dawn Patrol show, brings back the drone show, and all of those extra things that go on. Saturday night, our final goodbye night magic glow, and then our final mass ascension. Good day.
You've been watching Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by ExxonMobil. Want more balloon action? Visit the archive of all the Balloon Fiesta Live broadcasts at balloonfiesta.com. And make plans to join us in person for number 51, October 7th through the 15th, 2023. Thanks for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. This program is a production of AIBF Inc.